Hello, hello. This is Danny Benjafield, and I'm doing a voice check for the YouTube live stream. Is anyone receiving my audio?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Hello, Jan. Welcome.
Hello.
You're our first official speaker after Chris. I don't know.
I know.
Is it just me hearing that? Oh, no. It's because I have the YouTube live stream open. I can hear myself talking twice because of the lag phase.
Hello, can you hear us? Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Just testing to share my screen. Do you see it?
Yes. Yes.
Great, great. I'll remove it. up with Wikidata. If you're at a Wikidata birthday event still right now, is this your first WikidataCon? Anything cool about Wikidata that you might know? And I will do some intros. So, my name is Chris Litzen. You probably haven't seen me before. I have been around for 6 years now, but I'm generally in the background, allowing my lovely team to do all the in-your-face work. And Alan, partner manager, and Danny, the community manager, you definitely know and will be helping to facilitate over the course of the next 2 days. There'll also be some other people helping. Lydia, who you definitely know, Mohammed, who you know, Ifatu, Dipesha, and Ifra will all be here to help. And of course, a team event from Wikimedia Deutschland. And I would especially like to thank Laura and Sanyin, who are locked up in the back there doing all the technical stuff right now. I'd also like to send a shout out to the GlamWiki team, Connor in particular. We're kind of doing a dual conference right now, and hopefully some of you are joining us from GlamWiki as it takes place in Portugal. And to everyone who submitted a proposal and everyone that will present and everyone that's here just to watch and learn, thank you all. This obviously could not happen without you wonderful, wonderful people. So, what to know? This presentation and all the links that I will mention here are already on the WikidataCon website. So if you don't catch anything here, or I have to wrap up early because I talk too much and we run out of time, you can find the presentation there and all the links. All of these sessions are live, streamed, and recorded. If you miss one, you can catch up later. When you're not talking, please mute your microphone. The shortcut for that in Jitsi is M, very easy, M for mute. If you want to ask questions, just raise your hand digitally, and the speaker will either get to you, or you can type it in the chat, and one of our facilitators will get to the question for you. We have live translation for anyone that would like it via Start Eve. There's a link to that here, and also, I think, on the Wikidata event webpage and Telegram, maybe. Please review the code of conduct. We obviously want this to be a safe space for everyone where we all feel happy and comfortable. And if you need help or you have any questions, you can contact us in the Wikidata Telegram. You can also just write in chat. Jitsi has a private chat feature, so if you want to talk directly to me or Alan or Danny, you can do that via the chat there. Great. So, if you don't know, what is WikidataCon? So this is a biennial event, once every 2 years, with a focus on the many uses of Wikidata, and it's all about bringing all the people from around the world that work in Wikidata into one space to share and learn. This iteration is online only. First and hopefully only online only version. And it runs from right now until November the 2nd. There's a link to the schedule available. It's also on the WikidataCon event website. This event is open to anyone. If you know someone that might be interested in learning about Wikidata, or if they already work in other wiki projects but want to learn more about this, please get them involved. You don't have to know a lot about Wikidata to get something out of this. Little knowledge is always handy, but we try to make this accessible to everyone. This is a great chance to connect with other people working in Wikidata too, so don't hesitate to speak to others outside of the actual presentations. Like I said, there's a private chat feature, so you can ping each other there. You can even start your own private meetings elsewhere if you choose to. All right, how to be involved in WikidataCon 2025. So, how to use Jitsi? Well, you're already in there, so I won't bother telling you the link to that. That's self-evident at this point, I would hope. But make sure your microphone is muted. It's important enough. I'm saying it twice. Questions, raise your digital hand or type them in the chat until a facilitator gets to them. You can have discussions in the chat as well. You don't have to just ask questions. You can chat about what is happening within a topic. If you're having issues, first step, refresh. If that doesn't work, change your browser. If that still doesn't work, reboot. That's basically tech support for internet problems 101. Beyond that, I don't know enough. I would just tell you to reset everything. So hopefully that works. If it doesn't, Jitsi has a mobile app and you can work it out in there. For our live translation, we're using Start Eve. You can scan this QR code or follow the link, and we have live translation in text, in Arabic, traditional Chinese, French, German, Hindi, Brazilian Portuguese, and Spanish. So if you would like translation into any of those languages via text, you can do so with that Start Eve link. It's pretty cool, actually. Should you miss anything, as I said, everything will be recorded. Videos are available on YouTube. There's also a live stream there if you're having issues with Jitsi. Speakers hopefully will all share their slides on Wikimedia Commons, so you can just view the slide decks there when we're done. Feel free to share the presentations with people. If someone asks and you know where to find them, go ahead. We, as always, want this all to be as open to everyone as possible. And if you can, captions in English are always very much appreciated. Other spaces where we are, there is the YouTube live stream. There's an Etherpad where we're doing collaborative note-taking, and the Wikidata Telegram group. As I said, all these links are also on the Wikidata event page under the documentation section in handy links. So, are there any questions about the things that I have mentioned? Any questions from the chat, gentlemen? That's a no, I guess. Looks like Alan is waving to me. I think that's no. I thought this was for no, but apparently we wave now. All right. So the easiest way to get it is to check it out on the events page, but I'll leave the QR code up for a little bit so you can whip your phone out and grab it there. Maybe I can post it in the chat as well, actually. Thank you, Lydia. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right. Jan, are you good to go? If so, I will throw it over to you.
I am good to go. We are a little bit early. Should I start already? Or do you think
I think
people
we can,
will?
Yeah, we'll score you an extra few minutes.
All right. Let me share my screen. And I think you see my screen now. So what if Wikidata had wiki projects first philosophy? That's what I'm going to talk about. My name is Jan Einar. And you can find based on the article that I needed already. So let's get started. Who am I? Well, I'm user Einali on the wikis, and I do a lot of stuff related to Wikimedia and Wikidata, but that's not really why I'm here. I'm here because I love wiki projects, and these are some of the wiki projects that I'm most active in. I'm signed up on the participants page on a couple of others, but here's where I'm actually trying to write some stuff. And I want to say already when I start this talk, I'm going to talk about a few things that don't work so well, but everything is coming out of love. We all want this to be better. So this is me dreaming about a better future. So please, it's not a rant. It's wishes. A big pink pony session from my side. But before we dive too deep, it might be good to talk a little bit about the wiki project is. It's not really a project. It usually doesn't have like a defined start and end time. It might have some scope, but and usually not like defined resources like real life projects have. And this is sort of like the same on most Wikimedia projects. So not really a project, but we use that term, so we live with that. And where do you find them? Well, we do have a great list on Wikidata:/wiki projects. And that list is actually linked from quite a lot of places. You can find it on the main page. Is my audio cutting?
It was a bit choppy for me, but it was good for a while, and then it started to get a bit choppy again. But I think we're just trying to recover your slide deck because it cut out for a second.
I'll try a trick here.
Could you speak for us a little bit, Jan, just to hear how your audio is sounding? Are you speaking to us? Yeah, now it's muted. I can't hear Jan. Sorry, guys, we're just dealing with a couple of little tiny gremlins. It is Halloween after all. I'll try to get you some positive news as quickly as possible. So I think Jan is probably going to try refreshing and rejoining the room, and then we'll see if we can get it working again. Sorry, everyone, for these teething problems.
Do you hear me now? Heard something. Better?
Yes, I think we can hear you.
Okay, great. So, wiki projects, you can find them on the main page. They're listed, and on the community portal, and many other places as well. So there's ways to find them. And how do they work? How do they look like? So let's have a quick look at the wiki project. Every politician, which is a sort of like an average one. They have some scope defined in the start, like what are we doing here? Very common is to have something like a data model that you're working with, some properties that are important to the project. Sometimes there's like item types and how they relate to each other defined. Here they have some progress indicators, some good tools that you can use for it, some stats, what's happening. And in this project, they have a lot of stats. Then very common is that you have a list of participants and a few other things. And sometimes these pages, there are sort of like a bunch of tabs. Sometimes there's just one page like this, even though I suspect this sort of like is a couple of sub pages that are transcluded into one. So that's how they look like and how they work. But there's a couple of problems. Like Wikidata is huge, so it's hard to monitor changes. Like it's order of magnitudes larger than any Wikipedia. And wiki projects are sort of like almost invisible when you're on an item editing, even though I just said you find the list from several pages. So while you're at editing, you might not see the wiki project at all. And then, of course, and this is also the same for all the Wikimedia projects, it's like built on top of the software. We're holding this together with templates, modules, and bots, and trying to do the best that we can. But what if wiki projects would be more built into the software and supporting us more in our work? I have some ideas I will share with you. So I'll group these in discovery, communication, and workflow. So you can't use what you don't know. So you might have seen, if you're signed up to a Wikipedia project lately, that you get asked a couple of questions as a new user. You can select interests, like topics. What if on Wikidata instead, we had wiki projects that you could sign up on. Like, oh, these are the ones I want to be. You just a few click, and when you click done, you get signed up to the project and easily get your way in. And when I say newcomers here, I don't only mean new users creating their account on Wikidata, also mean Wikipedians or other projects coming to Wikidata, so they get drawn into our community and not get to feel like, oh, they're an outsider. Then I think we could do something more on the main page. Like we have a link there, but it's disappearing among all other links. What if we had like a featured article on Wikipedia, or like main spot on the main page, but that would be a featured project? And then we make this automated list that changes these, and we have these curated feeds. So we have a rotation. Not only would a specific project be seen more often, but it will also be a very strong signal for anyone coming to the main page, like this is how we work here. Wiki project is a main feature of how we do things. It will be a very strong signal. And then you might also see there's something called community updates from the growth team at Wikimedia Foundation, where the community have a little page that comes up on this newcomer homepage they can define. So I'm just going to show that. So this in the top right corner is totally defined by the community. And some people use this for events, some use this for the weekly collaboration, some use that for the competitions going on. I think we could use this for wiki projects and either also rotate this with some sort of schedule, or we could have something like how the central notice work, that you sort of like, oh, we have a message we want to get out, and we negotiate on showing things there. And then we have a couple of properties connected to wiki projects. We have this on focus list and maintained by. Today, they are just like in the middle of all the other things. So if you come to a well-developed item, it might be several screen scrolls down before you see it. I think we could lift this up, show it in a different way, maybe even make it sticky so it's always on the side when you're editing, so that you always know that, oh, I don't know exactly how to do this. Here is where I go to get help. And also a little bit of a reminder like, oh, people are caring about this item, so I cannot edit it willy-nilly because I might break something. When it comes to communication, there's so much more to do. But we have this great template called Ping Project. There's just a problem that if the project grows too large, it doesn't work. I think it works up to 50 members, and then it stops. And that's probably something in the backend with the API or the Lua module. But we need to fix this, because a way to rally a lot of people with knowledge and interest in something might be a great way to draw attention to something. So get a notification in the echo box there. That's really a need that we have. And then with all the items that are connected to a wiki project, it can be thousands, 100,000, and I think some are in the millions, like the sum of all paintings. It's almost impossible to have them all on your talk page or your watch list. And if you do, that will be so much it will be very hard to see it. What if I had a way to like sign up, like, oh, give me all the talk page messages for this project in a feed? In the best of the worlds, you could actually read it. But if it's just we collect the things into an RSS feed, that would be great too. It might be possible to do that with recent changes, filters, but I don't think we're quite there yet. And of course, what if we could have chats on Wiki and actually talk there? Right now, there's a lot of discussion going on Telegramming groups, sometimes in Discord and other places. It would be great to have it on Wiki. I don't think this will happen soon, but I mean, a user can dream. When it comes to workflow, one of the big problems is actually connecting items to wiki projects to get them into the workflow even. They're loosely hanging, maybe as orphans kind of thing. But what if we, similarly to the property suggestions, had something saying, oh, You just added item instance of equals law. Maybe this should be connected to Wiki project law, or you added occupation politician. Maybe this should go to Wiki project politicians, so that you really get help in suggesting things or adding things to the Wiki projects. And then in the recent changes, I was talking about maybe we could use this for talk pages, but we really don't have a way right now to filter for Wiki projects. We can filter for tags, but if Wiki projects was sort of like a native thing, then this could be possible. Right now, maybe we could do tags for all the Wiki projects somehow and be some sort of way to get it shown. But just getting that sort of like that slice of what's happening to see just what's relevant to our Wiki project, I think that would be a great thing. And then we have three great sort of connected concepts. We have the model items, we have showcase items, and entity schemas, all sort of like showing the best way to model a thing, a concept. And I think these are have so high potential. I think a Wiki project sort of almost should be nagged by the software, like you need one of these or maybe several of them. And then when you're editing something like that, if you're editing an item that has a connected model item, that should sort of like guide you in the editing, and you shouldn't need a user script to call that up. That should like be there by default for everybody, so that you really have a difficult time doing things wrong. It should just be correct by default. And I think we could almost go so far as have some sort of warnings for certain types of edits that are related to a Wiki project. Like if you're changing the instance of or the subclass, you get this like, oh, it looks like you're changing this music album to be a song. If you're not sure this is correct, here's the data model of Wiki project music. And I think we can do this with simple rules and setups. We don't need AI or a Clippy. It could just be a simple thing that asks this. Even if like you're trying to remove a Wiki project, like hey, or essentially doing that, maybe you should get a warning for that first. And then I think it's good to have some better statistics. Right now we have the great integrality, and we have the Wikidata lists with the Listeria bot. They're really good, but you need to set them up yourself. We could have some support and maybe even more automated. Maybe it shouldn't be runs by a bot, but maybe like live updating somehow. I think that would be so nice. On the good things, work are being done. Wiki project is in the Wikidata development plan, and currently they're working on increasing the visibility of Wiki project, which is discovery. Woohoo! So what you can do, you can go give feedback on that talk page and say, "Oh, we agree with this," or listen to what user Ainali said on this talk. That's really good things. I agree with that. But you might have more ideas, and there is an Etherpad. So please put all your things into Etherpad so we can collect them and build up on this, because this is basically just my trying to think really hard, like where do I think we can make Wiki projects better? And I'm sure you get inspired or get associations and things that you want to do. So yeah, your ideas. And if you want to contact me, I'm user Ainali on the wiki. And I think we already talked about the slides and the acknowledgements. So I think that's what I had to say. Sorry for having a little bit of broken audio in the middle. I hope I didn't mangle the recordings too much.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? All right. Thank you so much, Jan. That was amazing. No need to apologize for the technical issues. We're having enough of our own, so we'll share the blame on that easy enough. That was really cool. Some very interesting ideas there. I would very much encourage everybody to join in Jan's brain dump there and add anything else they have that they would like to see put together into the Etherpad. Some excellent blue sky thinking there. All right. Next up is Ifra with how we make it easy to access Wikidata's data. Ifra, is everything good on your end?
Let's see if the technical gods are in my favor. So I'm gonna start by trying to share my screen. Is that visible? Probably not, right? It's yelling at me.
Yeah, it looks good from here.
Amazing. Okay.
All right, take it away.
Cool. Alrighty. So Jan's presentation is obviously a hard act to follow, but I'm going to do my best. And I'm going to start by introducing myself. My name is Ifra, and I am a product manager here at Wikimedia Germany. And the team that I work on is called the Wikibase Reuse team. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on for the next, let's say, 10 minutes or so. The point of the presentation is to talk about why this team exists and what is it that we're trying to do to make it easier for you to access Wikidata's data, what we've done so far, and what we're planning to do. And the whole point is that this is me waving from my little island to try to get your feedback on all things related to reuse. All right, so first of all, why should we even reuse Wikidata's data, right? This is something that many of you have already seen before and probably know better than me, but there's a lot of data, a lot of valuable data on Wikidata, right? Thanks to the efforts of many people who are here today. So what do we do, right? How can this data be accessed? There is a developer portal that we have that some wonderful people have made that lists some of the current data access methods and what use cases they're appropriate for, right? And there's many of these, but the most popular ones that we have currently are the Wikidata Query Service, the Action API, data dumps, and the Wikibase REST API. And for people that wouldn't know this, you can obviously use Wikidata's data standalone or with other data sources. And I've put a small little screenshot there of what the portal looks like. And I've also linked that in the presentation for you to go check it out if you don't know what it is. So what do I mean when I say reuse? Here is a very, very small collection of what reuse means. And this can vary, as you can see, from Open Art Browser to the very wonderful Gov directory, all the way to making a really cool application for doing a little quiz on movies and TV shows, to having an LLM that can write Sparkle queries for you, and everything else in the middle that I've listed there. So who is reuse for? What is it that we're trying to do? So reuse is actually for anyone who wants to use Wikidata's data and build things that interest them. It can be something that's only of interest to you, something that's only of interest to your community, or something that could be applicable to the larger public, right? Everyone counts. Something that I do want to emphasize, though, is we really want to especially focus on mission aligned. So projects and people who would like to open source or focus on open source, and on small and medium scale reusers. So what have we done to try to make it easier for people to want to use Wikidata's data so far? So I want to start off by saying that the team has officially been focusing on the scope only since the beginning of this year. Initially, we were just focused on building the REST API, but have since grown to take over the scope of data access as a whole. So here's a few things that we've been doing that might make it easier or better to access Wikidata's data. The first and foremost thing that we were focusing on was building out search in the Wikibase REST API and obviously then releasing it. And this is something that was asked for time and again since the REST API was in development and since it was on version 0 and then on version 1 as well. And this is one step closer to covering some of the core functionality that is necessary to build helpful and useful reuse tools, and also make it easier for people who have built reuse tools that don't have to then use a mix of different access methods. The second thing that we were focused on was query classification. And to start off, the goal here was, like everyone knows, that the query service is under a lot of load. And we wanted to figure out one of the small things that we're doing to try to decrease the load. Obviously, there's a lot of other work that's going on, was to find out whether there's functionality that we can move out of the query service that is better served somewhere else, or that the query service is not really meant for. And I'm happy to go into detail for this if anyone's interested at some other point. But some of the biggest learnings from this entire process was it is very, very difficult to classify queries. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and it's very hard to find patterns, because sometimes you can do a complex thing in an easy way, but you can also do a very easy thing in a very complex way, right? The second thing that we learned, which we had the hypothesis of as well, was that the query service was being used for things that it was not ideally meant for. Also because there was no better or maybe approachable alternative. And that was actually the thing that we're trying to now build out. And then I wanted to talk about the core functionality that we found out that we wanted to move, or are trying now to build an alternative for. And I call the functionality labels of linked entities, bulk reading, and getting items based on values of statements. And I've linked the tickets to our Fabricator. I've linked Fabricator tickets there. So you can also read up on the exact work that we're doing in there. All right, and then after that, we were focused on building a prototype for GraphQL, which is something that we did in the summer. And then we actually sent it out for feedback to the community and also internally to the other teams. And the feedback was quite overwhelmingly positive. And then now we're building out it properly into version 1, right? And this is something that we decided after the query classification work and the functionalities that I mentioned before. We realized that they were better fit or would be better served by GraphQL. So that's what we decided to do. And currently we're making pretty good progress on it and are hoping to have everything ready by, let's say, February next year. And again, I've linked the Fabricator board. If you have any ideas for features that you'd like or something that we might be missing, please go ahead and make a ticket or tag me, and I'm happy to figure it out. After that, also in the summer, we focused, because we finally now also have a very wonderful user researcher, we started doing rounds of interviews. And initially, the rounds were focused on people who've been using the Action API and the Wikidata query service. And the results of the report are obviously on comments, and I've linked them here. And I don't want to get into the details of that right now, but it was definitely super helpful. So what are we doing right now while the year is ending? We're on the second round of user research interviews, and these ones are focused on Wikidata data dumps. And we're hoping to have this done by the next 2 weeks, and there will be a report available by the beginning of December, hopefully. And the other two things are focused on the query service. The first one is obviously, as everyone knows, there's a new Wikidata platform team, and we're working with them very closely to help improve the query service. And in general, we're doing a bit more focused work on improving metrics around the query service, because that obviously helps inform what we should do and where we should focus and where we should also go talk to people. Yeah, so that's all the work that we're still focusing on to finish up the year. All right, so that's what we've been done. That's what's happened so far and what we're going to do until the end of the year. And more importantly, now I want to give a bit of a teaser on what we're planning for 26. Obviously, the OKRs are going to be shared, I think, in another month or so. yeah, so, but I still want to kind of give the space for us to have a little feedback about the topics that we're going to be focusing on. Okay, so the first and biggest thing is we would like to continue doing the qualitative work that we were doing in the summer and are doing right now, because there's a lot of fundamental work that was missing or that would be super helpful for us to continue to actually make it easier for the people that use Wikidata's data. So that would involve us understanding personas, us understanding the user journeys, and not just on Wikidata, but across the Wikibase ecosystem and across the most used data access methods that are there. And I want to really emphasize, because this is also something that comes up time and again across different platforms, that the documentation really needs some love. And that's what the UX work will also focus on. And like I said, another thing that we're going to do is finish the first version of GraphQL and get feedback. So we want to push it out, we want to iterate, we want to get your feedback, and continue to see whether we can figure out what other new functionality that might improve people's lives for reuse that we can add there. Another thing, which is also why I'm here, is that we'd like to have a lot more touch points with the community. So we'd like to attend the hackathons, conferences, be at office hours, see if we can find out whether there is a community around reuse, whether we should have something more focused for them as well. So that's also one of the focuses for next year. And the last two things, one thing is improving data dumps. I think we saw that there was a little, there were a few issues, I think last couple of weeks, and now it's finally back with the dumps not being available for a few weeks. And I think the first thing that we want to focus on is technical robustness, so that the dumps are available as they should be. And another thing, something that's also come up time and again in the past, is to try to implement a new product feature, which would be subset dumps, or they're also known as partial dumps. We haven't fully scoped out the idea, but we're definitely going to be trying to work this through in the next, probably by next summer. And this is why we're also doing the interviews right now for data dumps. And again, another thing is to improve the findability of data dumps and the documentation surrounding them, which is also what ties back to the foundational work that we said, foundational UX work that we want to do. And lastly, something that we want to focus on if we have the time, and depending on the priorities that might come up in the middle of the year and things like that, is query federation. So to understand the usage qualitatively and quantitatively, and see whether if we can jumpstart some discovery work there. That was, I think, everything for me. And I, again, just want to emphasize that whatever you think of the ideas here, whether you're using something to reuse Wikidata's data, or you have ideas about this, please definitely feel free to either email me or check the Fabricator board and write things there. I really value the feedback, and that way I can actually make things that are useful for everyone. Yeah. That was me. I don't know if there's any questions.
Yeah,
I haven't really seen anything.
Do we have questions? Can't hear me?
Chris, can I stop presenting?
I'm not audible, apparently.
Chris is speaking, but people can't hear him, apparently.
Hello?
Okay.
But until then, Elan HR had a question. Would you like to unmute yourself and ask it?
Sure. Yeah. So in your slides, you had a asterisk next to query federation. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind diving a bit into that.
Yeah, and that's what I meant with that. Like, I put an asterisk because I'm not 100% certain if we will have the capacity to get into that, so that the priority for that is quite low. But if we're somehow very good at doing everything, and then we do have capacity, that's what we would pick up as another topic. So I just wanted to be transparent about what would be next in line or what's in the backlog.
Very cool. Thank you.
Awesome.
Am I making
Any-
noises yet?
Yes.
Hey, finally. All right. Thank you very much, Ifra. Thank you, Danny, for jumping on that question for me as well. I'm also very excited about what we have planned for 2026. The technological and the social stuff we have planned around reuse, I think, is very, very cool. So I'm pretty excited for you guys to all get your hands on that. Are there any other questions for Ifra? Lydia wants to know what people's favorite apps are built with Wikidata's data. Does anyone have anything they want to throw in on that? All right. We've got 15 minutes before our next presentation. Shall we take a break? All right, everybody, take 15, and we'll see you back here at 1700 UTC. All right, 15 minutes, folks. Catch you then. We're already live? Fantastic. Hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed your short break. We're going to be back with Max, who has volunteered to also give us an additional talk after his short first talk, because we had a last minute cancellation, and otherwise we'd be doing 15 minutes and then another 15 minutes of dead air. Nobody wants that, and Max has plenty to say. So I will hand it over to him right now so he can talk to us first about Stolperstein goes Wikidata.
Hey, am I hearable and audible?
You are.
That's great. Hi, I'm Max or Chris Baum, as known on Wikidata, and I'm probably one of the worst persons to ask about this project because I've been a bit inactive in the last few months, but I was the only one that had time, so you're going to have to bear with me. There are a lot more active members of this project that are amazing in all of their work that they have put into it, and I'm only reporting on their amazing ideas and work, and have only contributed a small part in this. The main question maybe on anybody's mind at the start is what are Stolpersteine? That's a memorial project focusing on victims of the NS dictatorship, started by Gunther Demming, the man you see in this photo here, where he actually is in the process of installing some Stolpersteine in the road itself. They are like 10 by 10 by 10 centimeter cubes, mostly made of concrete, but on the top there's this little brass plate with an inscription on it. And the inscription normally commemorates like a person and gives like very basic biographical details depending on how much about the person is known. There are some more intricate ones, but the basic ones are always date of birth, date of death, and a reason for the disappearance. And they are most of them, like as everything with Stolperstein, it always only applies to most of them. They are installed in front of the last freely chosen residence of the corresponding person. So it's normally not a thing that you find inside of concentration camps themselves. There are other Stolperstein features for that, but most of the normal ones you find laying around in cities are in front of the last freely chosen residence of the person in question. They are extremely widespread. There is said to be around 100,000 in Europe right now. Most of them are heavily concentrated in Germany. Many of these countries you see on the map have like a few installed in maybe like only the capital and one or two smaller cities, and it's been called the largest decentralized memorial project, but of course that depends on your definition of this. And since it has been so long ongoing and since 1992, there has been a lot of work with the different Wikipedia groups over the years. There's been very early projects in the German Wikipedia, like around the 2010s, that were very active, that started to create list articles. I haven't put this on the slides, but there were huge debates back in the day around is this relevant, is this inclusion worthy, and huge fights, and the inclusion has won out in this case. So they were allowed to create all of these lists for different cities and have even more details than was normally applied to different kinds of lists. Like in this example here on the left, you can see there's like a whole biography written inside this table, which is not a rare occurrence. Like, of course, not every Stolperstein has this much biography, and it really depends on the author of the text. But there's a lot of them with this much detail, and it's really worthwhile your time if you ever want to check out these lists. Of course, they are only in German, this detailed. Like most of the other languages are not as expressive and have not that much information. One of the big criticisms at the time was, of course, that this is sometimes original research, of course, mostly backed up by sources, but sometimes not. But in the case of these Stolperstein lists, it has been very successful, and there's been a lot of activity around expanding the knowledge around these people. And yeah, there's a list of lists, even like if you go on the article where I took this picture from, there's a list of cities in Europe that is completely bonkers and goes on for ages. Like the list of lists is endless, and the lists themselves are endless too. Like the one from Munich, which I took this one from, is completely unreadable and goes on for miles. So it's a very, very highly detailed project. And the problem with these kinds of lists, of course, as I have already mentioned, is that they are pretty long and hard and tedious to work with. Even for reading, it's not always quite the nicest experience. Like on a desktop machine, which was the medium of the time these lists were laid out and were designed, the reading is not pleasant on mobile devices. It is not accustomed to any kind of dynamic screens or something like that. So it has reduced usability in different kinds of modes. They are heavily non-multilingual, like most of them, of course, are in German. There are some other languages that are also very active, but of course, most of this is focused in the German areas. And there are really no concrete style guides that are adhered to. Like there is a style guide for what kind of should go into a list, but not every list implements this, and the different styling and the templates used, or even if there are templates that are used, depends completely on the main author of this particular list, which is mostly like a person from the region or like an activist that is going around places to collect these kind of memorials. And yeah, of course, for our audience here, the main gripe one could have with these lists is that they are not machine readable and not reusable in any real sense. So of course, the main idea would be, let's just do it in Wikidata, get it over with, and that's the perfect database for these kinds of endeavors. Let's just do it. And of course, the main idea would be, let's just import the main Stolperstein database from like the art project or whatever. Let's scrape it, dump it, do it correctly and stuff, and upload it to Wikidata. That doesn't exist. There is no such database of any kind. It's an art project from 1992. I think they have announced that they are starting to create like a project-wide database. There has been many local projects, like some initiatives on a local level that have created this, or like different interest groups in different countries have taken up the role of at least trying to collect where Stolperstein memorials are laid out and whatever is happening. But it's not a central effort, and like even if there are national databases, which there are none that really claim the title, I'd say. Of course, it's a bit opinionated. Are there any kinds of databases that could be imported? I have stricken this through just for the joke, but there are, of course, some smaller ones that are quite useful. But in the end, it's a completely incoherent and unusable dump of data. And I'm shivering when I say this, but the Wikipedia lists are by far the most complete and accurate account of the existence of these Stolperstein memorials in most of the world by far, which is of course quite, like a bit of a bad news, good news situation, because they are of course very hard to really get a grasp on and to even check or automatically read or import. But that seems to be like the only road left to us in this case, and that was the reason to create this effort called Stolperstein Goes Wikidata, which was a kind of continuance of the, sadly with COVID a bit stopped program of Wiki Project Stolperstein on Wikidata, and of course a continuance of the a bit less active German Wiki Project Stolperstein projects which have also sadly been not that active in the last few years. And so the idea of Stolpersteine Goes Wikidata is to be like a integrative effort to combine all of the different aspects of data that could be relevant in the case of Stolpersteine, for example, images and categories on commons. There's also an idea to create like different categories for the people that are referenced by the Stolperstein and the Stolperstein itself and the environment of the Stolperstein to have like real, separation of concerns. Then, of course, on Wikidata, the main goal is to create items for Stolpersteine and the victims that are mentioned on those memorials. And of course, a effort on OpenStreetMap to create like the different points on the map that all, of course, then should link back to Wikidata at some point. And of course, a far future wish to import all of this collective knowledge back to Wikipedia, where people can actually consume and read it. And one of the first problems that we ran into as we tried to get it all rolling was multiple modeling problems that arise with these kinds of artistic endeavors, because they are not not ever that easy to map out, as most of the people in this room have probably had experience with themselves. There's not one type of Stolperstein, there are multiples. The Stolpersteine are not definitely permanent. Some of them have been removed, some of them have been vandalized and destroyed, some of them have been replaced or moved around the map. And not all of them are part of this overarching Stolperstein project by Deming. So there are like local organizations that have engaged in placing them down. And it's all, of course, as the world is really messy. And here's an example of like Stolpersteine that have been wall mounted because some cities don't want them in the street. Of course, I think I've forgotten to mention that Stolperstein is like as a German word symbolizes like a protruding stone in the street that you could stumble over, like a roadblock that should remind you of the person that has lived there, like an artwork that you need to notice because it's right in front of you, even if you're staring on the floor. But there are some that are mounted on the wall because the city doesn't want them there on the floor. There are some that are not really Stolpersteine, but are called Kopfsteine, which mostly are in reference to groups of victims. Like in this case, this is the asozialen Stolperstein in a city I have forgotten about. Yeah, but it's referencing a whole group of victims and not one particular one. And this one, for example, is a Stolperschwelle, which is also something completely different. These are the ones that are sometimes placed at places that have forced people to work in this case, or other kinds of gruesome things. Like these are the ones that are mostly about an event kind of type and not a person. And there's also, I've not put this on the slides, but there's also multiple Stolpersteine per person, because people have lived in different cities before they were gruesomely murdered in most cases. And this is also something that our initial data model had to take in account over a long period of time. It has been a labor of love. We have created this entity schema. Exactly, it's in Frankfurt am Main. I could have, definitely read that better. There's this very, very great entity schema that I would like to encourage everyone to check out. It has been a labor of love, mostly by Nortex, and is a great feature to check the completeness of most Stolperstein items. I will not go through every rung here because I'm already running out of time, but it's great and very, I think, pretty much complete. As you can see, we have made multiple features optional because, of course, there are always exceptions to the exception. This is the current project progress. As you can see, we started the count in 2024. There have been some mass imports before that, but this is like the project focus area, and there has been a lot of success, I'd say, in creating at least Stolpersteine in Germany. We have doubled to at least 45,000. And there's also, if you go on the project page, there's multiple better queries than that. It's just for showing off. Here's one nice benefit that I wanted to show off, a kind of visualization that wasn't possible with the kinds of lists on Wikipedia. This is a timeline of a Stolperstein, yeah, what's it called? Inception, like the act of laying them down in a particular German city that happened over multiple years, for example. Like they are not, like most of the time they are laid down at multiple points in time, depending on what local group or what family in the area wants them to be there. So that's quite interesting and a really nice view. And of course, to round this out with future wishes, I think I've mentioned this to maybe multiple people in Rune, and I hope I'm not overstretching my annoyedness, but it would be very nice, of course, to have in the end this back on Wikipedia. There would need to be some kind of more user-friendly for the native Wikipedia editors way to interact with the lists. And of course, we have the problem that there's a lot of Stolperstein information captured in these biographical texts that would need to be encoded more closely in Wikidata. Would of course be nice to have like some abstract Wikipedia mechanism that could create these biographies out of thin air, but that's probably a bit more in the future. And another focus for me, at least as a small cog in this project machine, would be to have a way to introduce this to local museums that could have like a very low-key way of engaging the public in helping to improve the relevant Stolperstein items on different fronts, like for example, trying to parse texts of for Stolperstein images, adding particular statements by running the text through like an algorithm and trying to extract like the date of birth from the photo, and having like multiple checks and balances to improve the general data quality. Yeah, and this is of course far in the future. And now I thank you for your attention. And there are two links here, because the one on the left is in the German language wiki project Stolperstein goes Wikidata, and on the right there's the Wikidata one where you can also engage. And I would be very glad for you to join us in our small fun effort over there. Yeah, feel free to click there and engage. There's a lot of them left. Like if you have seen 40,000 now in Wikidata, if you count the numbers from the beginning, there's around half still to go. So there's a lot of work to be done. And of course, like the images and the people themselves.
Cool. Thank you, Max. Thank you for teaching me a little more about my adopted homeland. Does anyone have any questions for Max about Stolpersteine, a new word I learned as well?
I think there's one from Shisma.
Please take it away.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Okay, so I discovered a few Stolpersteine on this service called WikiShootMe, which I'm using from time to time, like if I'm bored from somewhere. And I discovered, or I believe I've discovered, that some Stolpersteine may not actually exist that are on Wikidata.
Oh,
is that possible?
That could be. I mean, if you have any examples that you could shoot our way, I would be very glad. It could also be like a geographical problem, because they are of course very hard to locate small pieces on the ground. So maybe they are around the corner from where they're actually located on the map. So definitely a possibility. If you have any indications of those, would be nice to know. Like some have removed, but it's very rare. Like it probably is an error, I guess, if you see some that are not there on the ground.
In my case, there were actually like two Stolpersteine for the same person in Wikidata at two different addresses. And
yeah, that's normal. Yeah. like that can happen if the person has lived in two different locations, and both cities have acted to place down these Stolpersteine in front of the locations. That does happen. It's not that often, but there are multiple persons that have multiple Stolpersteine attached to them.
Okay, thank you.
And A. Schmidt has asked, how about authority control with Stolpersteiner?
Yeah, I mean, would be cool to have, but as I said, there are not really that many great real databases that you could look to say let's use them for authority control. I think the best authority at the moment is probably Wikidata for like a global perspective. Yeah. It's just yeah, of course they are still developing like their own database, and maybe as soon as that goes online and is filled, then maybe that could be the authority control in this case.
Thank you, Max. How do you feel about having 9 minutes to talk about Como?
It's not a problem. Like it's actually like a presentation I did for like another conference that has been not that closely linked to Wikidata, so I can just skip over some features that you probably all know about. In this case, it's one of the things that we wanted to do with the Stolperstein project was, of course, to have like at least for me, to have like a way to engage like the public in a way that they could contribute to the whole effort. I, of course, wanted to have like some image-based game where they could read the text and check like if a Wikidata statement extracted from that image text is represented in the image, like a real game with a purpose platform, of course inspired by the existing ones, and that's the thing that I try to build. It's not great. It does work at the moment. It's still very much work in progress. Of course, the presentation I gave there was about something with where I approach this, because that's very popular today to put it on your slides. But in the end, the real goal is validation games that are very hard to develop by yourself. Like it's a lot of work that goes into it, and my ideal workflow would be a platform that is very easy to use for people that have like a small Wikidata query that has issues, and they know exactly what the issues are and how to fix them, but they need to check every single instance that will be fixed for small deviations, errors, and something like that. Like anything that could be like gamified in a sense. And I want to relieve those people from actually creating the app themselves. And the examples from Wikimedia is, of course, for you very, very obvious. For those people, not so much. But in the end, I have here a list of games that have inspired me, of course. Like maybe you know this great suggested edits feature from the German Wikipedia Android app. Like in this case, I think it's in general the Android Wikipedia app has this feature, not the iOS one at the moment, I think. And that's like my favorite game from this app, where you are asked to add like images to a particular Wikipedia article. Great fun and deeply engaging. Could be like a bit easier, but still a great way to do it. Then there's, of course, the distributed games that many of you know and hopefully have already played. That's more closely to what Como is going to be, where you actually are allowed as an outside contributor to create like your own games on there by just hosting like your own tile server. With like simple yes/no options at the bottom, and just introduce the task that you want to enter there. Then, of course, this is the API format for creating these tiles. It's a bit, of course, hardcore, so you need to know JSON at least, and a bit of coding wouldn't be bad. Then there's the Pictor, of course, also one of my favorites, because it's very image heavy, a lot of fun. You get asked questions about images, and then they are added to the structured data on comments. Yeah, it's a great game. Check it out. Also mobile friendly. And all of these games are pretty similar. There's like a text to image that's presented to the user. There's like simple interactions, 2 or 3 buttons, text field, and maybe some list somewhere. You need to log in with your MediaWiki account, and the instructions what you need to do in the game are always pretty much on screen. Like it's very low effort, very, very simple, straightforward. And yeah, the real effort in creating these games is threefold. You need to do like some Sparkle query to get the data that you want to correct, do maybe some AI stuff, have like a content extraction, like have any kind of process to create the actual problems. And then, of course, you always need to create like an app, upload the content, find users that play your game, create like a process to upload it to Wikidata or Commons or whatever again, and that's a lot of work. And the idea would be to just collapse all of this into its own platform, and only let the Wikidatations work on this kind of problem, which is still hard, but way easier to solve than all of the rest. And so this is what we created like in the last year or so. It's an app called Como. It allows for simple creation of games. There's multiple game types that you can have. It's multi-platform, like native on iOS and Android. iOS, it's already out on iOS now. And on web, of course, it's multilingual. At the moment, only English and German. Should be improved at some point. And the game creation is very simple. You have like a form where you enter like the name of your game and how it should handle, what kind of interactions you want the game to have, like how it should look. And then you upload the game data that you want your players to play through as a CSV file. And for example, if you would do like the Stolperstein approach, you would upload links to the images of different Stolpersteine that have not yet a Wikidata item attached to them, read the text from the images and create like Wikidata statements out of the text you read from the images, and that people check if that is correct before entering it all into Wikidata, which is of course the correct way to do is because we don't want to flood Wikidata with spam. And yeah, in this case, you only need a Wikimedia account to log in, then you can create games, and you can trigger actions on different Wikimedia platforms, like with the Action API or the REST API or whatever else you can imagine. There's like different blocks in the game creator where you can say you want maybe 2 images in a text or 3 images in a text or 2 texts only without an image, and you can select how the game should handle, like is there a yes no button, is there a single choice prompt with like 3 or 4 options, or is there like a text field that people can edit text in, and you can also check for double confirmation that you want 2 people to agree on anything. And also there's a locked out version where you can't edit Wikimedia platforms, but you can still download the results and process them yourself in OpenRefine. Yeah, it has a lot of, it's way over engineered and can do a lot of stuff that probably wasn't necessary at the beginning, but it was a lot of fun to develop. And exactly, their multilingual features are still in work and could be coming. And the native versions do scale well. It's developed in Flutter, so that's why it's a possibility. And since 3 months, there's a dark mode now and a leaderboard. And a continue last game button, other features. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Feel free to try it out. And I hope to enter like the Stolperstein game at some point in the future. That depends on how well Barium, Fiasco, and I are in creating the necessary data to enter there. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Max. I love this as a massive game nerd. More games all the time. If anyone wants to hop onto the link, Lydia has posted it in the chat. If you're feeling super motivated, maybe you can make a game before Lydia's game session this evening. Like, go.
Let's see how it breaks.
Exactly. All right. Does anyone have any questions for Max about Como? All right, just lots of applause. Well deserved, I would say. And thank you for filling up that extra slot for us. I very much appreciate it.
Thanks for letting me do this.
Anytime.
It's been an honor.
I'm happy for that. All right, perfect. Raisha, are you ready to talk to us?
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Is it clear enough?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Fantastic. Then Raisha will talk to us now about observations on lexeme modeling across languages. So it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. Right, let me start with sharing my screen first. Right. Okay, is it already clear? Okay. All right. Okay, so for my presentation, it's going to be of my observation of lexeme modeling across different languages on Wikidata. So for this presentation, I want to let you know that why I proposed this is because for the last 3 years, I saw that lexicographical data model, it is very flexible by design, which means that there is no single correct way in doing or like adding lexemes. And on top of that, if we take a look at the number of documentation that presents, there's actually only 75 documented language on Wikidata, while actually there are more than 1,000 language that's present in lexicographical data. And every new language that wants to get added to LexData on Wikidata, they has to guess how they can fit in. So this session is going to be my observation on how language model like seems on Wikidata, and then also I will be focusing more into the friction points or like places where contributors and that also includes me in the beginning get stuck or also have to make divergent choices, and also lessons from all the differences that we applied in developing the tools. Okay, so what this session is not, this is not a best practice guide. This is also not a universal model. It's not a full overview of lexeme schema. It's also not a replacement for documentation that's already present on Wikidata. And I also did not include like a comprehensive survey of all languages. Okay, so for everyone here, maybe you have been in a situation where you're going to model a language that isn't documented yet. And when you're going to do that, first thing that you're going to ask is what are the things that you're going to copy? And then also what are the things that you have to tweak by yourself, right? Yeah. And in doing so, and looking at different modeling across languages, I saw that there are so many frictions that happen in modeling lexemes on Wikidata. Okay, so first is related with lexeme models. We have this assumption by default that lexemes has to be lexical element, that each lexeme has one or more lemma. Each lexeme will belong to exactly one language and also one lexical category. And each lexeme should has meaning that is stored as senses. It will also has inflected or variant forms that are stored as forms, and that we also assume that statements can exist at all three levels. And this very diagram over here, it always present on every single lexicographical data introduction. And it builds this implicit idea that every language can be described with the same structure, that it always has this, structure for each different lexemes in all language. Okay, but our question is every lexemes on Wikidata actually always modeled consistently? And the answer is no. So the first differences that is very, very easy for us to take a look is related with lemma language tags. So for this, there is the assumption that each lemma will has one language tag, which means that it's going to identify the language of that string or of that lexeme. And in here, for example, we can see that for Japanese lexemes, there are multiple lemma, and we also saw that there are the same lemma, but it has a different language code. Okay, and even though we have that assumption, what happens in practice is that the contributors sometimes reuse the tag to encode other dimension. So, for example, with Japanese, they also encode whether that lexeme is present in certain spelling or not. So, whether there are some reform that has made in that language, and also the writing system that will be different. One is in Latin, the other is in Japanese script, and also we also observe that there are also language which put register also as part of its language tag. So it results in this one field that describes everything all at once. And we can see that for the script variant in Japanese, there are in total 7 script variants. And for this, we actually really need to check again one by one whether there are some variants that can be substituted into another variants, or should we change or should we merge those. And also, this also observed in other language as well. Like as in Japanese language, there are a total 11 variants over here, and it also presents in Korean, which has 7 variants. And even though this ability to include multiple variants in one lexeme is something that's very useful to actually capture how each language are modeled, it also comes with consequences. So the first consequences is that we didn't have linked data entities for the language tag itself. So whenever, let's say we want to create a query, sometimes we have to play with doing regex on the language tags itself. And then after that, the second one is each community encodes variants differently. So and this also sometimes even happen on the same language, like one community members wants to use one exact code while the other community members want to use another code. And the third one is because of these differences, it is impossible for us to query or aggregate by script consistently. Like even for me as someone who edits Wikidata, sometimes I have to take a look first into what script variants that are actually used just to make sure that I can get the lemma. And imagine if such things happen, or like if someone that is not Wikidata editor but they want to build tools on top of Wikidata has to understand all of that. So that might makes it difficult for them to do that. And then the next one is because of this aspect also, when we are querying, we also have to account that the same lexeme that have multiple lemma will appear as different rows. So if you want to create or like gather the result directly from query, you might have to tweak something or like normalize the table first. And then next, still in the topic of language code in Indonesia, there are also a situation where there is an overcoding. So there are so many code for different spelling and different slang, internet slang, and street language. And because of this overcoding, the data in Indonesian itself are fragmented. And because this is fragmented, then it's also quite hard for us to just query the labels itself. So there are a lot of cleanings to do. And on top of that, if there is one query who assume that Indonesian will only use ID as the language code, that might miss some entries entirely, because some entries are coded with that special language tag. And this over apply private use tags needs to be discussed again with the community members, whether or not should we clean the tags or making sure that we have a middle point between reuse and also adding the data itself. Okay. Yep. And then the takeaways from this is the language tag field is carrying unresolved distinction that belongs elsewhere, because now that language tag actually encode so many things in different language. And I will be curious if we take a look at each language and whether that exact code actually should appear, or should we minimize them. And then for the second friction, it is the assumption that each lexemes will belong exactly to one language. So for this, this actually happens also still in the Indonesian language. For example, in Wikidata as a language, we have different language for Indonesian, Malay, Banjar, and Minangkabau. However, when we take a look at the word, sometimes the same word may appear in several languages because of the connection between them. However, when we want to add new lexeme to Wikidata, we have to choose one correct language. And so even though that distinction might not come from a linguistic aspect, we still have to choose that. This is the example for the word ayam. So ayam means chicken, and it's actually the same for all of this language. And they all share the same Malayan root, but for all of these specific language, people that spoke this language, there is a need to make distinction that, yes, this is the word in the language that I spoke. And the consequences would be that the identical lexemes might be duplicated, or that can also result in deletion of the duplication itself across language. And sometimes the moderation will end up policing which community owns that word. However, this also comes with another consequences, where user might lose motivation when their language identity is treated as a data error. So the takeaway for this is sometimes even though we know that the data itself is duplicated, then at the end of the day we have to look at the communities that the communities itself consists of people, and people itself have spoken their language, and language itself has also a dimension of identities and histories that ties into that language. And therefore, because of the current model, we have to come into a compromise. So let's say it's okay to have it duplicated as long as each language can also put their own senses and also more context that can enrich the reason why that lexeme exists on that language. Okay. And then the next one is the assumption that there is only one lexical category per lexeme. And for this, this also present in Indonesian, where many Austronesian and agglutinative language have this kind of base form. So, for example, the word ajar in Indonesia, which means teach, teaching, or learn, it means noun in some contexts, but it can also serve as a root for verb in others. However, if we tag it directly as just a noun or just a verb, that might actually lose half of its behavior. And that's for Indonesian, but for English, we can also show that they model it as something that has zero morph conversion. So they will exist two entries. So text as a noun, as a verb, and also chat as a noun and as a verb. And this current model forces people to duplicate the lexeme. Okay. And the consequences, because of that, sometimes people duplicate things just to make it similar with English language. And then there are also still inconsistent usage of instance of that actually should be used for fine-grained categories, but not all language apply these statements. And then there are also some language that start inventing new lexical category items, like saying that root, base, or precategorial as its own lexical category. And because of these differences, if there is a tool that relies on lexical category, for example, if you want to have just a small drop down and take it from lexical category, it makes us cannot generalize that. Okay, and then the next thing is because of census on Wikidata. So the census itself right now is defined as something optional. Okay. And what happens in practice, we saw that census often missing altogether. We have a language that have zero census. We have people adding lemmata and forms, but they stop before actually adding the meaning itself. And another part related with the census is there is sometimes a case of single sense overload. So there is this one generic sense that catch all multiple meanings in just one gloss. So sometimes we have seen that there is one sense with a very long gloss to capture all of that. And because of this overload, when they try to link it to item linking via item 40 cents, for example, it actually missed the points because it just become generic. Another part, we also see some gloss inconsistencies because another interesting thing is we saw, let's say, like seams in Balinese, but the census in Balinese didn't exist at all. Like the gloss that exists is in English. This also often observed in underserved language because sometimes people are more hesitant to actually add meaning on their own language. And sometimes people choose the easiest way because if we just put English gloss in Balinese like seams, for example, then we can just use the dictionary term for that. But if we want to add like the gloss in that own language, there is a need to have a more robust meaning for that. And that hinders people to add something on census. And then next part is related with the property usage gaps. Because the census itself are optional, of course, another link to item on Wikidata, for example, for verbs via predicate for, it's rarely used. And also for properties like translation or synonyms, it will also stay empty because there is no sense that they can attach to. Okay. Yep. So it happens because to define senses, especially in one's own language, it requires a bigger linguistic expertise, and sometimes the dictionaries that exist on that language also copyrighted. So this hinders people to add the senses. Okay. And then, okay. The consequences, if we have lexeme with zero senses, it means that it cannot be semantically queried. We also lose the meaning for that. And we also saw that the lexeme itself is isolated from Wikidata concept graph. The next part is related with the forms. So for the forms itself, we have the assumption that each lexeme has one or more forms. And we also assume that each forms has grammatical features. For this, we think that, okay, in ideal situation for isolating language, it's going to have one form per lexeme. If for agglutinative language, it will have multiple forms, and the form layer should map the shape of word grammar. However, what happens in practice, there are also cases where forms missing entirely. And for this one, this also present in many lexemes, especially new language, that the forms are not documented or where people are confused in how to add the suffix or affix or the modification or variants of the forms, especially for language that didn't have tenses. And then even for English entries, for example, there is still another lexeme that didn't have the forms. Okay, and then for this thing, there are also situations where the forms itself is underspecified, so people just add the forms, but they skip adding the grammatical features because they didn't know what to add on that field. So sometimes when we see that lexeme has different forms, we just assume that it has plural forms, but there is no machine readable indication that, hey, it is actually plural, for example. Yeah. And then there's also a situation over here where the forms are duplicated or being redundant. In here, this is for German lexemes. For example, for lexemes Klein, there are a total of 27 forms that has the same representation. And this also happened in other lexemes as well. And because of that, there are also multiple consequences. If it has 0 forms, then that lexeme cannot participate in inflectional queries. If there is no grammatical features, then the info of that will be unreadable to natural language generation. If there are so many duplication, it's going to be hard to validate. It will be hard to merge. And if it's incomplete, that the stats of that form would be meaningless. Okay, and for the last friction, this is related with the property use. And as we know that the property use will also be different across language, because sometimes one's language has their own interpretation about how to use one property. Like, for example, if for gender, it means grammatical class in French. In Indonesian, there are people who assumes that that should be natural gender. And for other, like derived from lexemes, some people put it as derivation chance, others use it for etymology. Another thing that often confuse people is about the location of certain statements. So the one that's most people make error commonly is the item for the sense and image, where they usually attach on lexeme instead of the sense level. And because of this, it's going to be hard to predict data behavior, because the statements itself are all over the place, or sometimes it is not used accordingly to what it should be. And then from this, there are multiple lessons that we learn as a builder. So the first one is when we are building tools, we don't assume uniform structure. So the first assumption that we have is we only assume the absolute minimum. We didn't assume that everything exists, so we just assume that for if we are going to handle lexemes, what are going to present are lemma and then language code and lexical category, and that's it. Therefore, if we assume that, this kind of lexemes also can be handled by our tool. And then the second one is we want to make sure that because one lexeme can have multiple script representation, we want to show all lemma variants in one view. So we don't want to pick primary lemma, we want to show everything if we can. For example, that one is the lexeme for Bohlam, and we show both scripts. This is also example if for Japanese, for example, if there exists representation in hiragana, then all of the representation also has to be shown in the tool. And then the next part, if we want to, when we are building tool, we also have to minimize translation burden. And for this, our approach is to make sure that we use autonyms directly in the UI, because sometimes people overlook that each language can be represented differently. For example, if we are talking about German, and if we label it as German, then we have to make a different representation. For example, in Indonesia it will be Bahasa Jerman, in Turkish it will be Almanca, and so on. And imagine if every single Translate Wiki contributors have to also translate the language in the language that they spoke. That will be too much work. And that's why our approach is to just use the autonym for each language. The next part is for the property patterns for the language. We also make sure that there are multiple properties for the same concept. And for this, for example, if we want to check on whether this lexemes has link or not to item, we don't just check item for descents, but we also have to check demonym of or hyperonym. And for verbs, for example, we didn't just check the predicate for, but we also check the troponym of statements for that. This is the example for the lexemes, for the lexeme calc glimmer. Because this is a compound word, this compound word didn't have a one-to-one mapping directly via item for descent. So it maps into an item via hyperonym, and then this hyperonym will then link to an item. So we have to check for this, and didn't just edit duplicate links on such lexemes. And because of that, this is the tool that we built based on that aspects. So Broomstick is a tool that can uncover gaps that present on lexemes on each language. This is the example. If we are trying to find Javanese lexemes on Wikidata, and we want to find which Javanese lexeme that is missing item 40 cents. Okay. Actually, I only have 3 more minutes, so I will just go fast. For the established patterns to learn from, it's very important for people to take a look at the anatomy of a well-formed lexemes that already present on the lexeme showcase. These are the examples of the lexeme itself. And then after that, for those that are starting from the beginning, you have to make sure that when you are creating lexemes, there are several must-have items like having lemma, language, lexical category, and also senses in that language. And there are also things that is good if you put on that lexeme. And then for the first 10 lexemes also, what makes it easier if you're confused in which language or in which word you should start with, you can also start from lists that already being used. For example, use Swedish list or other high frequency words that are present on your language and start from that. Okay, and then for this, there are also, this is also something that I find very useful, is by finding our communities using the query database. So for example, if I want to find the Sundanese lexeme contributors, then I can check on this query, and then if you want to adapt it, you just change the QID over here to find all of the contributors on your language. And this is also for the recent changes in the lexemes that you are trying to edit. It also helps you to get a sense of how active the community is for that language. Okay, I think that will be it from me. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Raisha. That was amazing. Very, very interesting stuff. And thank you so much for staying up so late for us. I know it's not the most lively time in Indonesia right now. Does anyone have any questions? Abby, I see a hand.
I'm sorry about that.
Accidental hand?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Well, was there anything in the chat, gentlemen? All right. Then thank you again, Raisha. Really appreciate the effort. Oh, hang on. Wait.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we have the question from Daniel Antle, who asked, does anybody know if there is a way to use the API to programmatically create lexeme entities in Wikidata and especially on Wikibase?
Yes, you can edit lexemes with the Action API, for example.
And we also have a question from A. Schmidt, who asks, I have a question on the future of lexemes in Wikidata. Will these finally integrate and replace the language versions of Wiktionary into one? Are there any plans for this? That seems like no one knows the answer. But Nicholas mentions that thanks to Wiki Functions, there is some test currently done.
Thank you again. And now we have Daniel Antel. Are you there, Daniel? I think you just asked us a question in chat, right?
Yes, I was the one asking the question. Hello.
Perfect. All right, Daniel will now talk to us about Wikibase as a data sharing space, connecting rights, communities, and GLAM through federated infrastructures. Take it away, please.
Thank you very much. And I must admit, I've never presented with Jitsi, so forgive me if I'm a bit clumsy. I'm trying to share my screen and my presentation. And I wonder if it is visible for you. Is anybody seeing my presentation?
Not yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And now.
Happening?
Is it happening?
Something is happening.
Okay.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And as I was asking the previous question in the chat, obviously it's because I was very intrigued, and I'm intrigued with lexemes, and I will mention them very shortly in my presentation. I'm going to show what we do with Wikibase as a data sharing space, what the data sharing space is, and why it can be a good way to extend the coverage of Wikidata and also Wikimedia Commons. So we are creating a system, a database in Slovakia that is connecting on the left hand public services related to music, on the right hand private services So, for example, in this case, we have the Slovak Music Information Center's database, which has composers and their works, and we are cross-checking if we know about all of their works that was registered with the SOSA Rights Management Agency, in which libraries can we find loanable scores of this work, and on what kind of streaming platforms or other platforms can we listen to the works of Iris Segi. So we are trying to connect together databases. So we are using Wikibase as a kind of a broker. We call it a data sharing space because we are accessing different databases with different structures and different rights to query them or write to them. And we want to find a way to understand how an artist's work is represented in each of them, and if possible, improve what is available on public graphs. This service in a very provisional format is available in this hudobné databáza escape domain. And what we're trying to do here is basically with Wikibase to create integrated services which follow the European interoperability framework. So we are not only creating a technical and a semantic possibility to connect services together, but also we're understanding what kind of organizations or workflows are necessary, for example, to loan a score from a library, and what are the legal requirements. And I think that these second two elements will be very interesting to extend how we could bring a lot more reliable information to Wikidata. What we are trying to do, so of course, the Wiki universe is great in open data and open knowledge. We are trying to connect together different spheres. So we have open science sources, we have public sector information that in Europe and in the United States under a different legal basis is deemed to be open. And then we have a lot of private data that might come out to the sun. And we try to negotiate this with the Wikibase infrastructure. I just want to give a comparison what this might bring if we do this well. Europeana, which is this European GLAM platform that connects a lot of data sources, was able to collect over 10 years as much data about European music than Spotify in a day. So if we are able to tap into public and private databases at the same time, I think we can create much better services and much better data quality. So what I want to focus on in this presentation is how we can use Wikibase as a kind of alternative curation mode that actually serves as a staging area for Wikidata. So in the projects that I'm going to show you, it's going to be 2 projects, not only the Slovak one. We are eventually sending new and reliable data to Wikidata. We already sent some, and we will send a lot more. But some of this data or some of the photographs or other assets are not necessarily ready yet, just yet. So, and because something is currently not available for open, that doesn't mean that it will never be. I mean, the Public Domain Day is celebrated in many countries and many Wikipedian communities who are eagerly waiting which photographs or music or other cultural assets will become public domain on the first day of January, when the copyright protection term expires. I think that what we do is something similar. We are looking for data that might become open soon, and we're trying to figure out what are the circumstances that can make that data open. Excuse me for my voice. The reason why I'm interested in Lexemes is that the original idea for what we are doing came from the Wikimedia CE meeting, not this year, but a year ago, when the Estonian, Finnish, and Hungarian Wikipedians had a little side event. And we were talking about why certain ethno-linguistic minority groups of the Finno-Ugric languages, like the Veros, were able to create successfully a very active user group. They got out in a year from the Wikipedia incubator, and they have a lot of content, while others, like the Livonians or the Mari, are there for almost 20 years in a stale environment. And we were thinking about ways how we could facilitate to bring these small minorities' knowledge to the Wikimedia platforms. Besides the, excuse me again, the Slovak example that I showed, we created this Finno-Ugric net system that if you are clicking to it, you will get to a semantic browser. And this semantic browser is linking back to a Wikibase instance where we are storing data about certain small minorities, music, films, clothing, photographic history, and publications about them. It's very interesting content and very difficult to find. It is not only folk music, for example. We have Udmurt folktronica and Mari ethnopunk. So small communities that do not really have usually a presence on Wikimedia. So we wanted to create an alternative way. So we thought that, well, the incubator works for some communities, for others not, especially for very small communities with very few active users of the language left. And we decided that we will set up a MediaWiki and a Wikibase installation that is very similar to the big incubator, but it has different rules, and probably it will attract more or different content. And that is, and that eventually, excuse me for this. So eventually we have these Wikibases that are serving as a content negotiation platform, and as much as possible they are sending to open platforms data and other cultural assets through a very complex architecture that I can talk about for people who are interested. And the essence of this is that our central Wikibase is able, with different rules, to log into the Slovak National Library systems, the Slovak music rights management systems, in some cases to the Slovak Ministry of Culture's databases. And of course, we can access Wikidata, we can access Europeana. And we're using this negotiation to find out where the data might be wrong or missing. So there is a data enrichment and cross-checking element in this. But we're always focusing on that, well, if we found the information, is it possible to actually disseminate it to the public? Is it possible that we put it to Wikidata? Is it possible that we put it to Europeana or the European Data Portal? And then, of course, until now, I think that some people probably even heard my presentations about the ambition of how we're doing it. The heart of this is that we have to have a different kind of rights management with both data and the assets, I mean the photographs or music that the Wikimedia platforms use, and the more complex one. So I would like to start with the easy case, which is like photographs. If you are checking out our data sharing space, you will find there very nice photographs, contemporary ones as well as old ones. And well, they have a different legal life. So the first case is this called Livonian Bride. It's coming from the National Museum of Finland. It is in the public domain, and it also is available on Wikimedia Commons. Here, we just have to acknowledge and understand. We have to find the information, for example, that the author is already dead for more than 70 years, or something happened that made this public domain. In the center, there's a picture that I made available. I'm obviously a living person, luckily. So in this case, we have to somehow configure that information that I gave permission. That's very well known to everybody who's uploading images to Wikimedia, to the Commons. But the third one is something that is the interesting case, that we are finding and receiving data about images or about objects that do not have an already known public domain image. We're describing this image. If possible, we're trying to get a preview of this image, and we try to understand what are the conditions to make this public. So of course, one thing could be that, well, we're lucky and the next public domain day in January 1st will just expire the copyright term and we can go along with it. But in this case, what I put into the third one is that we had to negotiate a license with an ethnographic museum, which takes some time. All in all, what I wanted to say with this is that that we are trying to model into the Wikibase, into the graph, and this could be also done in Wikidata, the kind of information that actually helps us defining when we can release to the public something. So we are using a simplified version of the provenance models and Provo. And in certain cases that I will briefly touch upon, ODLR, which is a permissions and policies vocabulary in the World Wide Web. The provenance of things actually captures something that happened to an object or what happened to a photograph. For example, an important activity or action is that the creator of the photographer died at a certain moment. And if we know that this happened more than 70 years ago, then we can infer that this picture can be put out to the public. And sometimes in our case, which I will show examples to, well, there are, we cannot put it to the commons. It's not going to be anywhere near a public domain or a CC BY license, but it has probably permissions that in many cases you can still enjoy that music or listen or view that picture. So we are building Wikibase instances that are annotating the provenance of where we are getting data or cultural objects. And we are also trying to create as much as possible automatically or programmatically permissions to use the data. And obviously, again, this can be put into the system, into the graph itself. And you can even infer if a photograph that you already know about is in the public domain. That's relatively easy if the photograph has a creator and we have a date of death for the creator. And then there are more complex cases where this will not work as well. And then I made a mistake with these slides, so I will just explain it in my own words. I put the wrong Sparkle query here. So there are cultural objects, for example, music that has 3 rights holders. It has an author, but the performer and often the producer also has so-called neighboring rights. So for example, a single Creative Commons statement wouldn't even allow us to upload it to the Commons. I'm trying to upload music excerpts to the Commons. And currently the rights management is, I think, too simple for that. But we can create properties and we can create a description that manages these more complex scenarios where it's not a single person who can give a Creative Commons agreement to uploading the picture. So after this little bit boring and legalistic things, some examples that we are doing. So in our Finno-Ugric Wikibase instance, we are describing Livonian music, and we have put there information from the Latvian folk archives about some sound recordings. And where there was no legal obstacle to do it, we started to put them on Spotify. And also some of them are already available on Bandcamp. And we created this possibility that it can have a very wide audience with this player. We also have MP3 or WAV files that are downloadable with Creative Commons licenses, but unfortunately not the ones that the Commons would accept. They are more restrictive because they are only for non-commercial rights. But anyways, with this description of what we are finding in an archive, we can progress slowly, making a lot more things available than we thought would be possible. And then this is more just an interesting case that I'm working on with my colleagues in this case, is that, as I said, well, if you're talking about photographs or your work for talking about simple data sets, the rights management can be easy. But if you're working with music, you might have a lot of assets connected to a folk song. In this case, we have a lyrics file, we have handwritten and printed scores of the music, and we have several recordings of the song. They actually differ in what you are allowed to do with them. And that's how we are trying to create several pathways to making available this kind of cultural heritage to a wider and wider audience. And at last, I will finish soon my presentation, and hopefully there will be some questions. So the other area where I think starting to build a Wikibase that has different rules than Wikidata and carefully pre-staging information that can go to Wikidata or the Commons is GDPR. I think that anybody who worked with GLAM data realizes that GDPR caused a very big confusion in the last couple of years because it entered into force in Europe with a retroactive power. So basically, what we see that we have museum or archive websites that have information already out on the internet that wouldn't be allowed by GDPR currently. And that puts basically those GLAM organizations that would be our most trusted partners into a very awkward situation. They might be held liable for breaching GDPR. So we are working a lot on adding information about GDPR as well, GDPR-related things to these assets. They are related to copyright because usually we have to identify an author as a person or a performer as a person, and then we also have to figure out if we can say anything in the public about this person who is our performer. But anyhow, that's another thing that I think would require a more consistent modeling, both in Wikidata and if you're building a Wikibase, is the data protection aspect of rights. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that this is how we are building data sharing spaces in Wikibase. So data sharing spaces in the sense that we are connecting different databases that have valuable and interesting data that we hope that eventually finds its way to the Commons and Wikidata. And that was my last slide. So thank you very much. And hopefully you have some questions to me. And
thank you very much, Daniel. That was super interesting. I really appreciate it. I think I saw a hand pop up somewhere. Or did I imagine that? Another accidental hand instead of an applause. It happens. Does anyone have actual questions? Feel free to write them in the chat if you're not comfortable raising your hand or speaking out. Where can we find out more?
Well, the last slide had it, but I will put into the chat or to Wikibase instances, and you will also have my contact details.
Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else? Then, rather than dead air, Tiago, would you be okay with starting a little early?
Yes, sure. Can you hear or see me?
We can hear and see you perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
All right. I'll throw over to Tiago to talk about Wikidata and biodiversity.
Yes, sure. Yeah, thank you. I am in Portugal for Glam Wiki, so it's been a big wiki session everywhere. I sent the slides in the chat. So even though I have two calls at the same time, I really wanted to tell you a little bit about this work. My internet's a bit buggy. Can you hear me, or should I turn off the camera, or you can hear me fine?
Yeah, there are no problems, at least on my end.
All right, that's perfect. Yeah, so I'll share the screen. It's cutting a bit. Let me see. Might be better without camera. I'm taking off the camera. And okay. Can you see my slides? Do I have some feedback, audio feedback, or?
Yes.
May I just? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm out of home, so it's always a bit weird. So hello, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. It's so good to be in WikidataCon again. Yeah, I'm actually with Bodhisattva here at the room, who's also a very Wikidata person. So we have a big Wikidata crew here in Portugal for Glen Wiki. I'm going to speak a bit about Wikidata and biodiversity. And the idea is just to go through really a few different things that are happening in this space between Wikidata and biodiversity research. I'm a member of Wiki Project Biodiversity on Wikidata. We are a community around the world that originally gathered around a platform called iNaturalist, and then gradually moved to other activities in the Wikidata and biodiversity world. So if I, okay. For some reason, my slides won't pass, but I'll try once more. Maybe I'll just go with like this, if that's okay for you. Yeah, sorry. So the idea of this talk is to present an overview about Wikidata and biodiversity informatics in general, and what people have been doing in academia in that realm. Talk a bit about properties and projects and use cases of biodiversity information in Wikidata, and explain a bit about my time at the Biodiversity Heritage Library as a Wikimedia in residence and what we did with Wikidata there. All right. So in the field of biodiversity informatics, there's a big group called TADWIG, the Biodiversity Information Standards Group, that developed standards for interoperability between biodiversity data sets. And many people in this group are also Wikidata people. They are connected and doing research about how to use Wikidata infrastructure to integrate into TADWIG's platforms. So these are a few examples of people doing these things. This year at TEDWIG's annual meeting, we ran a session called Wikimedia Biodiversity Data. I ran it together with Anabela Ploss, who's from Wikimedia Argentina. I'm from Wikimedia Brazil. And we had presentations from all over the world, many interesting things. This is the link for the page on Meta about the event with some more information. We had people from talking about modeling cultivars and food and Wikidata. We had people from the Texas Botanical Garden, from Yale, from the head of botany in the Natural History Museum in Vienna, all using Wikidata or Wikibase in different ways to integrate their collections. We had people from like seasoned Wikimedians like Shobhan talking about Biodiversity Heritage Library in connection with Wikidata. Sabine from the Museum of Naturkunde in Berlin, also with very interesting things on the collection side. Mike from BHL about round-tripping identifiers. Rod Page from, I think he's based in Glasgow now, it's Scotland for sure. Also about using Wikidata to help Biodiversity Heritage Library, and Giovanna from the foundation also talking about that. So we had a good gathering of researchers that were interested in doing this thing and presented stuff at our symposium. We also had Davna, who didn't present, but she had this really interesting use case for using Wikidata for modeling mountain biodiversity. And she kindly gave me these 2 slides to share it here. Here's her contact information if anyone is interested, particularly in mountain biodiversity in Europe. And they are using Wikidata in many different ways to represent ranges, mountain ranges, represent people and resources and species. So many different bits of their linked open data ecosystem about mountain biodiversity are using Wikidata. There are other people using Wikidata kind of a resource to connect identifiers and Wikipedia. So for example, there are these 2 papers worked to look how much species are seen on Wikidata, on Wikipedia, and what's this relation to conservation or citizen science. And in their pipelines, they use Wikidata to make these connections. So another kind of interesting bit. This is another thing that I want to highlight. It's just going to be just highlights randomly from the world of Wikidata and biodiversity. This is a very good paper by Sabine Schobhan Joaquim, who is also here in Portugal and is Portuguese, and Heidi. And they presented a very nice workshop at the International Botanical Congress. It's a super congress. It happens once every 5 years. And they were invited there to make a review about Wikidata for botanists, and they did it. It's a really nice piece of work explaining for botanists how they can leverage better their herbaria collections for connection with the linked open data world. They, for example, listed properties for taxa and how they can be used. They listed also properties for botanists and how they can be used. They listed Sparkle queries. It's a very interesting piece of work. And for us in the Wikidata world, it's a must-read to know what's going on. All right. So let's now move from the research world to the Wikidata world. So inside Wikidata, there are many people working with biodiversity school. It's fun, so people want to work with it independently. And there are multiple projects that cover slightly different areas. Like there's Wiki Project Biodiversity, the one I'm very active on, which is more about connecting with other platforms and integrating identifiers, images, connecting with Wikipedia, and so on. Then there's Wiki Project Taxonomy, which is a project that's involved with more strict modeling of taxonomy on Wikidata. It's making decisions about which species names go separate, which go together, how these things are modeled, properties for connecting specific concepts in taxonomy world, like basionym and taxon synonyms. So there's this project. And there are other projects with more sharp focus, like Wiki Project Botany and Wiki Project Invasion Biology, and of course the Wiki Project Biodiversity Heritage Library. So there's space for you to explore. I sent the links in the chat. It's on Commons, so you can look a bit at this diversity of groups, communities doing things on Wikidata. All right, so this is how an item for a taxon look like. It's similar to many other items. It usually has an image. These images are pulled from many Wikipedias. A short name. It's in Spanish because this is I presented this in Spanish in Colombia a few months ago, and I made it for this WikidataCon presentation. But yeah, there's the common name, and there's a whole set of different properties that some come from bots, some come from people. And then there's this thing you can put an image, and usually that's a photograph. But we also have a property in particular for illustrations, like reference illustrations are really important for taxonomists. So there is a particular property to add the reference illustration to a species of interest, right? This is one extra thing that we have in the biodiversity world. Besides the images for the species themselves, there are also properties for images to the distribution maps. And these distribution maps also find their way into Wikipedia. For example, in the Portuguese Wikipedia, many, if not most, distribution maps come directly from Wikidata. So by adding these images on Wikidata, you are filling gaps on multiple languages on Wikipedia about biodiversity and the distribution ranges of species. All right. Besides the images, you can also add data to Wikidata for the maps. But then we are not talking linked open data in the Wikidata sense. We are talking GeoJSON and data namespace in Wikimedia Commons. So if some provider of biodiversity data provides a shapefile, a map, a GeoJSON, a KML, or something that you can put on a map and see it in a more interactive way, you can add that as GeoJSON converted on Wikimedia Commons. And then you have the possibility of having interactive navigation for this range maps for species. When I did these slides, it had only been used 7 times, so it's one of those long tail properties that are rarely used. But for example, a naturalist has 100,000 range maps with CC BY license just waiting for an import. It needs some cleanup, but it should be like a semi-easy patch job. I just didn't find the time yet to do it. If someone finds the time to do it, it would be really great. I won't be sad. Please steal these edits for me. I really want to see this information more present on Wikidata. But if no one does, probably in 1 or 2 years, I'll find time and do it. All right. Wikidata is also a big identifier hub, right? For everything, but also for biology. There are 848 properties that are tagged as a property related to biology. That's a massive amount of uses, right? Some for taxa, some for people. And these properties, these identifiers, are reused around the web. Of course, on Wikipedia, these are pulled by different kinds of pages, which show them them on Wikipedias in multiple languages. But for example, GBIF, a major biodiversity resource, it's the center of the global biodiversity informatics facility. It's a huge platform, and it uses Wikidata directly as the sole source of identifiers. A lot of trust in the Wikidata system, very serious use, very interesting. Other platforms that use Wikidata in different sense include the World Flora Online that uses Wikidata IDs for authors to disambiguate names. Bionomia, it's a platform for registering where people have collected specimens for herbaria and museums. So here's the page for Von Marches. And the ID for deceased people comes from Wikidata. For living people comes from ORCID, but all the deceased people, and there are a lot of them, have IDs coming from Wikidata. All collectors, right? Okay, another example, as I said, this is a kind of going through quickly many different uses of Wikidata and biodiversity. The big platform for citizen science are naturalists with about 300 million observations of species around the world, 3 million users, uses Wikipedia as the source of information for species. And to connect the taxon on a naturalist to a Wikipedia page, they use Wikidata. So they use information on Wikidata to make sure that matters are correct. This is a piece of the Ruby on Rails code that shows how they use hub.2forge.org to actually make the mappings between the taxon identifiers and Wikidata. Other platforms, so there's Expeditia by Joaquim Santos, who organizes information about research, collections, expeditions that went through countries, for example, Brazil, describing many plants and animals. And there's ScienceStories.io, which is a very nice visualization on top of Wikidata about stories of mostly women or people from neglected backgrounds, organizing Wikidata information in a readable way. And to finish up, there's the BHL. It's a big library, digital library of public domain, mostly content about biodiversity. They have many, many images. Some years ago, J.J. Dearborn wrote this really nice paper, which you can access. It's all open source, about how Wikimedia projects and the Biodiversity Heritage Library had a match and could interact in different ways. And data was a large part of that strategy. And so was structured data on commons. And so they hired me about a year ago to be a Wikimedian in residence there. And there, as a Wikimedian in residence, I was developing models for this information on Wikimedia Commons. So here we have a swordfish, I guess, in an image on Commons. It has a NAM ID from the structured data on Commons. And we built a model to connect which kind of information it should have. For example, it should be tied to the species it represents. It should be tied to the publication where this image was published, the Biodiversity Heritage Library ID, connecting the image to the page on the BHL website. So this is a model. It's structured data commons, but of course, it's using a lot of things from Wikidata. And among different things I made there, one of the things was kind of building a pipeline to connect curation from different places. So BHL had metadata from librarians. Flickr had metadata from randoms, crowd curation, right? And Commons had very good metadata created by and so normalization data and to structured data and commons at the end. And from structured data and commons, this information including web apps. And this is an example of an app that I made this curriculum. It's called the BHL Gallery, bhl.2forge.org. And then it uses structured data and commons to kind of do this navigation. And that's basically it. The slides are there. I hope you find this variety of things very interesting. There are more things that I couldn't really cover here. And I'm excited to hear what you think about all of this and if you have any particular interest in biodiversity and Wikidata. And if you're interested in any of this, just contact me. I would be happy to chat and help. Yeah. And that's it.
Thanks very much, Tiago. That was very, very cool.
Ooh. Okay.
Any questions?
Towards the end there, the sound was quite choppy, so I wonder if Tiago could maybe repeat like the last couple minutes of the presentation.
How do you feel, Tiago? Could you give us the last couple of slides again?
Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry. I am. That's the hotel internet. I don't have control of it. I have someone to blame at least. That's good. Yeah, sure. Let me share here a second. Do you mind? Can you remember exactly where it stopped? It got more choppy, or
anyone remember?
Last 2 or 3 slides.
We understood. That are
yeah.
Like this one. Okay. Yeah, so maybe I go back to this one. So this is basically the workflow I did back there in BHL. So my job description was to kind of put this metadata for these images in commons. The images were already in commons for a long time because they were open access. So they were in public domain. So people had built tools to connect this information there, right? And once the information flows to Flickr and to Commons, people start creating metadata, but these are siloed. The BHL information that was on Commons was super outdated because they had a lot of creation going on in the 10 years after the images got there in the first place. So my work was trying different silos, going through a system that would get the taxonomic names that were attached to these images, normalize them via BIF, then again normalize and add this straight in front. This information could flow in theory back to BHL. It could be searched. It could go to editors, suggestions. We did some tests with all of that.
I'm sorry, Tiago. We're having the same problems again.
Post where
the sound's very, very choppy. I wonder if maybe disabling your webcam might help for the bandwidth.
Yeah. I would disable the cam and stop sharing, and maybe I can just explain what's happening. But now you can hear me, or is it terrible again?
No, it's perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah. So when I was in BHL, I was doing this kind of connection between different resources. So information from BHL is open in the internet for 20 years now. It's a 2006 project. And when this information flows to different places, in every place, it gets created by a new set of collaborators. Like the Flickr community adds things in Flickr. The Commons community adds things in Commons. The BHL staff adds things in BHL. And we wanted to kind of aggregate all these different kinds of information onto Commons as structured data. So this was a big part of the work during this pipeline to kind of get the information there and then reuse it in different tools. One of the tools that uses information and you can explore a bit more, it's called the BHL Gallery, bhlgallery.toolforge.org. I'm writing the chat. There's the advantage of being here. And that's basically what that cursed slide was saying. And I hope that's basically it. So yeah, I hope that now it's clear, and sorry for the issues. Yeah.
Daniel has a question for you.
Okay.
Sorry, I think it was a mistake on my part.
All right.
I wanted to give an applause, and I put the wrong button.
I might have to restrict questions to chat for the accidental hands, or we'll have an instruction video tomorrow for the difference between applause and hand raising. All right. Then thanks again, Tiago. Thank you for taking us through the last little bits there again. It was very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly, Abby. We have a little bit of time now. I think everyone could do with a little bit of stretching of legs or a quick coffee break or bathroom break. So let's take 10 and be back here for Jorge's talk on Paulina. 10 minutes, everyone. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your short break. I see Jorge is already here and excited to get going. So, Jorge, I will pass it over to you now to talk to us about Paulina, a cool tool for exploring the public domain.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen. Let me just a moment. Yes. Okay. Well, I hope you can see my screen. And if you can't, please tell me. Well, my name is Jorge. I am a member of Wikimedistas de Uruguay user group, and today I am going to tell you about a tool I developed along with several colleagues. It is a web tool called Paulina. It is based on Wikidata, and its focus is on the public domain. I think Paulina can be an interesting and useful tool for people from GLAM institutions, researchers, teachers, students, and in fact, for every person passionate about cultural heritage. So let's start. Paulina is available at paulina.toolforge.org, and the code repository is on Wikimedia's GitLab. Here I also share with you a QR code to visit the site. And so what's the problem we are trying to address with this tool? As you know, copyright is very, very complex. It has very long terms which differ from one country to another. And this is a barrier to discovering and accessing works and knowing if the works also can be reused or not, especially in countries from the global south, where there is generally a lack of reliable data about the public domain. So a comprehensive database is what is needed to address this problem, and that's why our idea is to use Wikidata at the heart of this project. Wikidata is powerful for this purpose for several reasons. The main one, it is a global database. It is collaborative with thousands of active users from many countries, and also it is connected to libraries, archives, and museum databases through identifiers. But on the other hand, Wikidata has some limitations for this task. The main one perhaps is that it is a general purpose database, and I mean, that's okay. That's the idea of something like Wikidata, but as such, as a general purpose thing, the data is not specifically focused on public domain, and its interface is not especially designed to access information about cultural heritage. And what is more, and this is very important, Wikidata still has huge information gaps, especially when we look at countries from the global south. And here is where Paulina comes in. Paulina is a web app that aims to leverage the advantages of Wikidata and overcome some of its limitations. And this is how the homepage looks. It has a search form and some clickable examples. And I'm going to give you a brief tour of the tool, and then I invite you to visit the website. The first thing you can do with Paulina from the home page is to search for authors and works by name or keyword. Right next to the search box, there is a selector that allows you to switch between author and work search. And this search and everything you'll see in the next slides is powered by the Wikidata API. All of this, Paulina is showing you is information taken from Wikidata. The search form has also some filters, for example, gender, nationality, and public domain status in the case of authors, and type of work or country of origin in the case of works. Recently, we added the possibility to perform a search also using only the filters without a name or keyword. And this can be useful to obtain, for example, lists of, I don't know, female authors from Uruguay, or lists of musical works from Colombia, and other types of lists that I think that can be useful, for example, for organizing events or editing campaigns or workshops. I mean, querying for building lists. Then, if you search, for example, authors and click on one of the results, you go to the author's profile, which has useful information for copyright clearance. For example, nationality, date of birth and death, etc. And the profile has also some links to Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, Wikisource, even Wikiquote. And there is a link to Wikidata also that invites you to edit the item if there is missing or wrong information. Sometimes you will see some, for example, funny vandalism there, and you know that you have to correct that in the item. The author profile has also a button that here, the orange one that you see there, if you click there, that button allows you to query and obtain a list of works by that author. Some items you can see here have an arrow icon indicating that the work is available for download, and we next are going to see how it works. If you click on one of the works from that list, you go to the work profile, which has relevant information for copyright clearance, to know if the work is in the public domain. And also, very importantly, when there is an online version available of the work, the profile provides the links to access the work on Wikisource, Wikimedia Commons, Internet Archive, Project Gutenberg, etc. That's also thanks to the wiki links in the Wikidata item, and also some identifiers and some properties that give this information. Well, now I'll focus on a question you may be asking, and it is, how does the tool calculate the public domain status of a work or an author? And the answer is quite simple in a sense. Wikidata items about works have a property called copyright status, and similarly authors items have a property called copyright status as a creator. And Paulina takes that information and displays it very prominently in the profiles. But if the Wikidata item of an author, for example, doesn't have this information, which is sometimes for several authors, mainly from my region, it's quite common, the tool makes an estimate. If they died, for example, if they died more than 100 years ago, it tells you that that author's works are in the public domain worldwide. For living authors or those who died less than 50 years ago, they are considered in private domain, and so on. It is a very simple calculator, but over time, we want to refine how this estimate is made, both for authors and for works, to get closer to a dream that it would be something like a global public domain calculator. That I know it is a very, very complex thing to develop, and many people made some tools around this idea. But it's a goal of this project also. But let's pay a little more attention to the copyright status section that we saw here, those green texts. It says, for example, public domain in United States and public domain in countries with 80 years post-mortem or shorter. That section tells you not only if the work is in the public domain, public or private domain, but also where that happens. And if you click on a particular copyright term, because there are links there, if you click in on those links, you get the list of countries that meet that condition. and anonymous works, pseudonymous works, phonograms, etc. That's also information from Wikidata that I will later on. I will tell you about a project in which we are working on this, modeling the copyright status of the copyright terms of different countries, specific copyright terms. Well, the website also has a tab top left called Countries and Terms. That is very simple. That this allows you to quickly find out the copyright term of any country. That's can be quite useful. And recently we added also some statistics to each country's page. Currently, it only shows the number of works identified on Wikidata as being in public domain for that country. You will see in these statistics large information gaps. We want to improve the country statistics page and make it more useful for easily accessing diverse lists of works and authors that can make the work of event organizers easier. I mean, I think that these kinds of lists can be very, very useful. I heard that someone placed a comment or something like that. I can't see you, but when I end my presentation, I will look at that. Finally, the website is multilingual. At this moment, there are 14 languages to choose from. It would be great if you could help translate the tool into new languages. You are invited to do that. Later on, I will tell you how you can do that. But well, this was the brief tour. Now, what do we want to achieve with the Paulina project? Well, we want to build, the concept of this is a global and multilingual Wikidata-based search interface for cultural heritage. We also want to explore the possibility, apart from this tool, we also want to explore the possibility of building national, regional, or thematic versions of the tool according to the needs of different GLAM communities. I will show you an example next. But additionally, we want the tool to be used to identify gaps of knowledge and improve the existing information on Wikidata. That's very important for us to improve Wikidata information that is on Wikidata. And finally, we aim to use the tool to discover possible improvements in the way the information about the public domain is modeled on Wikidata. A tool like this can be useful for that also. Well, what are we doing now to improve the tool and achieve these goals? We recently joined the Outreachy program with a project to improve Paulina. Outreachy, I don't know if you know this program. It provides internships in open source to people who face underrepresentation, systemic bias, or discrimination in the technical industry. And thanks to this program, around 20 applicants joined to collaborate on micro tasks. And from this group of people, one will be selected as an intern to work 3 months on a specific project. And well, now I will tell you which is the project. This specific project will consist of providing a friendly interface to edit Wikidata through Paulina. Because currently Paulina just provides a link to the Wikidata item, just inviting the user to edit the item if there is missing or wrong information. But the features that we want to explore and try to build are basically 3 kinds of features. First, a feature to edit a Wikidata statement on a work or author to fix incorrect or vandalized information. For example, here you can see in this slide a super simple proof of concept of design of how could it be implemented, like to add in a pencil icon and just edit that, obviously logging in. That's one of the features that we want to add. Also, a feature to add a Wikidata statement to an item of a work or author when it does not exist, or the statement it does not exist yet. And third, a feature to create a Wikidata item for an author or a work when it does not yet exist, when the item does not yet exist. Also, learning from the experiences of other tools that also help. It will not be the first tool that does it, but it will be another one that can help people to edit Wikidata, I think, facilitating the edition in Wikidata. The idea is that these features will be integrated into the Paulina interface. And also, well, in the process of building this feature, it will require delving deeper into the use of the Wikidata APIs. And well, that's one of the main things in which we are working on in these days. But also there are other ideas for the future. We are also working on adding better search filters. For example, up to this point, we don't have a filter for author's discipline or year of birth and year of death for authors, or more detailed options for types of works, and so on. We will work also on a complete redesign of the country pages with new statistics and exploration features. We want to make the country pages very useful for, as I told you before, to event organizers. We also want more translations to be made. And from the technical side, we are also improving our processes. We recently improved the documentation of the tool and built a staging environment to facilitate collaboration in the development of the software. And well, as I told you before, we are testing how a local version of the tool could look like. Here, this is a screenshot of the first local version, a Uruguayan portal available at dominiopublico.uy. This is in a very preliminary state. It is very similar, as you can see, to the main tool, but focused solely in Uruguay. When you search, for example, when you search for authors and works, the results are filtered for Uruguayan ones. And the information about the public domain is adapted to the Uruguayan copyright term. It also includes local identifiers and links to the local catalogs of libraries and museums. That is, for a global tool like Paulina, it's quite difficult to include all possible identifiers and catalogs, but when you build something more local, it can be easier. And well, I think that local versions can provide more granular and flexible ways to show information, but this is also, we are testing this. We are not sure that if the way is to for the improving the global tool, or also this other way of creating more local and flexible and to make adaptations of the tool to local needs. Well, I'll speak briefly about the technologies we use to develop Paulina. Paulina makes extensive use of the different APIs available for getting data from Wikidata. The app is hosted on ToolForge, the free hosting platform provided by Wikimedia Foundation for projects that obviously related to the Wikimedia projects. And the app is developed in Python using a web framework called Flask and a software called Babel for internationalization. At this moment, the translation platform is web-led, but in the future, we would like to migrate it to Translate Wiki. if there are some experts of Translate Wiki here, I will be glad to talk to you. And well, this is some good news. At Wikimania 2025 Nairobi, Paulina received the Coolest Tool Award in the category Most Innovative, which was a huge joy. Furthermore, the award will allow us to take the project to the next Wikimedia Hackathon in Milan. So it would be help a lot to continue with this, with the development. And by the way, this is why the session is called a cool tool for exploring the public domain. If you'd like to contribute to the project, there are several ways you can do it. You can help translate the tool to more languages. There are the links. You can also request a new feature to meet a need or use case, and you can report a bug because there are a lot of bugs. And finally, if you have technical skills, you can contribute code. Paulina is free software, and well, you have the link to the repository there. But well, just in the last 5 minutes, and then I want to talk with you. In the last 5 minutes, I want to talk about some collaboration beyond Paulina, because besides working on this tool, I and my colleagues are part of a bigger community collaborating to strengthen the public domain with Wikidata. Specifically, we are collaborating in a regional project called this, Strengthening the Latin American Public Domain with Wikidata, which recently received a Wikimedia Foundation community grant, in which we are planning to do workshops and campaigns about Wikidata and the public domain. And the aim of the project is to address knowledge gaps on Wikidata about cultural heritage in our region. The project is driven by affiliates and volunteers from Uruguay, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico. We are working also with other countries, but and within the framework of this regional effort, we created a wiki project called Dominio Público en América Latina, public domain in Latin America, which is available in Spanish and Portuguese. And in this wiki project, we are systematizing which properties and qualifiers we can use to describe the copyright status of a work or author in different countries, and the different identifiers of libraries and museum catalogs, of local libraries and museum catalogs, in order to create or improve items of authors and works, among other things. But we are also modeling the information about copyright terms in different countries. As I told you before, we include not only the general copyright term, but also special terms for different types of works, because this could also contribute to that idea of the global public domain calculator. Well, Paulina is a collective project which receives contributions from many people, and the project has received support from the Wikimedia Community Fund, and also these are the several Uruguayan organizations that support the project. Well, the Uruguayan user group of Wikimedistas Uruguay, but also the Uruguayan chapter of Creative Commons and some other organizations. And well, that's it. I think we have a few minutes, and I'd like to use these minutes to listen to you. I'd love to hear your comments, ideas, questions. Here are some questions that I have for you. But feel free to share whatever you'd like. That's it.
Thank you, Jorge. Much appreciated, and congratulations on the award. Does anyone have questions for Jorge?
We did have a question from the audience. Jennifer asks, could these statistics also be presented as proportions, like 6 bracket 6-X musical items in public domain, or broken down as public domain, not public domain, or not enough information to determine?
Well, that's the kind of ideas that I'd like. I will I will write down some of these ideas because yes, it can be done, and I think it can be very useful also. Yes, for that, but also, for example, for gender statistics and different kinds of statistics. Yes, good idea. Other ideas or questions? Oh, thank you.
Klaus von Fortulo mentioned that there seems only a few works in Wikipedia. They found several persons which published much, but nothing is listed. Or shall we include all works from other sources in Wikidata, such as catalogs and how-to?
Well, I don't know if I understood completely well the question, but I think yes. Please, I will answer and then tell me if I understood well. There is some debate about how comprehensive Wikidata should be. That is a huge debate, especially how comprehensive it should be for works and editions of works. The answer that I have for that is that at this now currently there are in the field we are working, for example, with adding new works from Latin America, and what we find is that there are huge, but really huge information gaps. Really very famous works are not have not an item on Wikidata, and when you compare that with European works, for example, paintings and books or North American, it's the difference is it's shocking. So we can have that debate, but we have to address these huge biases, and we from the places that we come, we don't want to hear that we can't do that. I don't know how to say, I mean, because it was made for other places, and now it's the time for us to represent our cultural heritage on Wikidata. So, I mean, I am super open to the debate, but we also have to address that kinds of situations. But I don't know if that answers your question. But there are other more specific questions, as, for example, if all the editions of Romeo and Juliet have to be on Wikidata, and this is obviously a good question, but I think that, for example, all literary works should be there. I don't know if all editions, but all titles should. I think there should. It would be important that Wikidata has an item from them for them.
Great, thank you. Michael asked a question in the chat. Would you like to unmute yourself and ask it, or I can just voice it on your behalf? Then I'll voice it. Yeah, Michael says, thank you very much for the presentation. Are the copyright models hard-coded in the tool, or is there something like an accessible data set with copyright types, duration of terms per country, and so on? Their idea for later iteration is that some countries, there are different types of copyrights on works in use, like in Germany, where there is a work type Lichtbild, which is protected for only 50 years after inception, or publication instead of 70 years after death of the creator.
Well, As I told you before, we take the first thing that Paulina does is look if the items, if the Wikidata items have that information in the item. Many times it has the property that says public copyright status, public domain, and there are qualifiers that in the Wikidata item that makes more precise the statement. So Paulina first takes that from there, and if it's not the information is not in the item, it calculates it. It has a very simple algorithm to calculate that, and when I think that modeling the copyright terms from each country will be very, very helpful in modeling it on Wikidata. I mean, will be very, very helpful. Modeling, for example, these more specific terms will be super helpful for being more precise in the copyright. For copyright clearance and for a tool like Paulina. But we try every time that we can, we try to get the data from Wikidata because our aim is to improve Wikidata.
Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. It is now time for Egger and Peter to take over with a call to improve the Wikidata ontology.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jorge. Bye. Do we have our new speakers? I can wait. Easy. No worries. So after this, Lydia will be hosting a game session. So I hope you people decide to stick around and check out some of the Wikidata games that are out there. I know there was a lot of shenanigans around the new Guesser game, was it, at the Wikidata birthday call? Yeah. Yes, so please stick around for that. I will not be here. I am basically past my bedtime at this point. So. Tamsin? Is that another accidental applause? I don't know why they decided to put the raise your hand button with the emoji arrow next to it. It's not great design.
Hello, can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yes, nice. So I had some technical problems because of my headphones.
That's never happened to us. So.
Yeah, so thanks for your patience through that. I'll just so I put it on presentation mode, and I think I'll be able to wait. Is it visible? And no, there's 2 slides right.
Yeah, that's cutting it off halfway.
Yeah, so let me try that again. No, that didn't work either. So I'll just share my whole screen and then, yes. Yeah, so now it must be recursion, I think. Yes, and then I hope you can all see the thing. Yes, great.
All right, take it away.
Thanks. So this is our presentation with Peter F. Patel Schneider about doing stuff with the Wikidata ontology that's going to have a lot of effects, we hope. And we think that it's kind of an underlooked aspect of Wikidata. So we want you to join me to explore what can be done about these stuff. Peter can't be in this meeting right now because of a scheduling conflict. So I'll be like doing the presentation and leading the discussion afterwards. Yes, I think now it's better. Yeah, so this is the abstract that you can take a close look at, but it's like detailing what we want to talk about here. But for the presentation itself, I'll start by explaining our goals a bit. So yeah, we want to invite you to expand more efforts in improving the Wikidata ontology. And what we mean specifically by ontology, and I was confused when I first heard the word because it has like a philosophical meaning and it has some other meanings. It's basically like some of the technical aspects about what everything is. So like with subclass relationships, with instance relationships, it's what's at the core of that. And I think as the presentation goes on, you'll understand it a bit better, but maybe a more different word that explains what we do. That's not technical, but maybe more meaningful would be categorization or organization or modeling. These are all things that are relevant to what we're doing. And you've probably encountered it to some aspect or another when you were working on Wikidata. So yeah, the ontology helps us organize and structure the data that's on Wikidata. And if you have errors in that, it's not only an item level local error, but a much bigger error in the end. And we use the Wikidata ontology to find information, like when we're using Sparkle and we put the little star so that we get not only the said class, but also its subclasses. That's when we're dealing with ontology directly. And yes, if we have an unreliable ontology, which Wikidata in many aspects currently has, because it's like very large and community maintained and everything, then it's not really that easy to use it for some complex tasks. And what we intend to do is to find those types of errors and to do some efforts fixing them. And yeah, for this session specifically, we want to present these information. We want to present some details. And then, we intentionally left a lot of space, a lot of time for us to actually do the discussion. So the presentation will be relatively short within the time frame, and then we'll get on to discussion. So if you have anything specific that you want us to talk about or you want to bring up, please start considering that right now so that when the time comes, you can do that. So like we've intentionally left that space. So let's talk a bit about the history of ontology issues on Wikidata. It has been like an ongoing topic for some years now, and I've joined in like a very recent time when I look at these dates right here. There are some links here that you can look at when we upload the slides. And yeah, I think also Wikimedia Deutschland has focused on this to some extent, and this subject has been brought up in some other conferences as well. And yeah, the current status is that there's lots of heat and not much light here, which is like, there are a lot of discussions, there are a lot of like solutions, proposals, everything, but nothing really gets to the bottom of the issue as much as we'd like. And perhaps one of the reasons is that we don't really have a dedicated group that's big enough to tackle these subjects in that way. And yeah, the community isn't necessarily aware of these issues, or if they are more aware in specific aspects. So if you go around Wikidata and ask people, oh, you're modeling like music or politics or sports, what are the problems that you face? Like you might hear, oh, I'm putting like people in the bands, that are in the music groups, and I'm putting in the genre, but somehow it doesn't end up working when I run a query. And many times the issue is actually an ontology-based issue. So when we get serious about it and when we try to tackle what's going on, here's what we're trying to do. One of the things is that it's really easy to find problems in the Wikidata ontology. So when you log on to Wikidata and you surf around a little, you click on a few links, you will probably find within a few minutes many errors. But then it's not that easy to systematically find them. Like when you see an issue and you make an abstraction, oh, this happened because of that. I want all of the errors that are in this pattern. That's also possible, but not necessarily so easy. And fixing them is even harder sometimes, because when we want to do something, sometimes a single update can fix many problems at once, but it's the getting to that specific problem that's one of the harder issues. So we do some like different algorithms and different stuff that gives us the effect of exactly what's going on. So one of the examples is if there's a disjointness violation that affects like 2-3 classes, that's also an issue, but there are sometimes disjointness violations that affect like thousands of items at once. So fixing that is kind of more important, even though it's still one edit and only one fix. And yeah, I want to show 3 examples. One of them is Benifer. So that's the ship name of Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck. And someone modeled this and made instance of links to Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck. So this means that, oh, what is Benifer? Benifer is Ben Affleck, or Benifer is Jennifer Lopez, which is obviously wrong to us. It's not an instance relationship. But someone just made a mismodeling like that. So one of the results of this is that humans then skipped a class order. So when you look at Wikidata holistically, there, like the issue really creeps in and becomes a much bigger issue. So what we should do is just like remove these links or make it has parts relationships or something like that, and the issue is fixed. But this is a very local issue, and even though it may have a big effect, it's just you fix the issue and then you move on. It's not like a systematic thing. Something else that's maybe a bit more systematic is that gene, like the genes in our body or the genes that stem from DNAs, are a subclass of these 3 things that you see on the screen right now: nucleic acid sequence, biological region, and biological sequence. So there is the issue here that sequences are abstract, like when you have a sequence of numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, that's an abstract notion, but a biological region may not be an abstract notion. It may be a concrete thing. So there ends up being a disjointness violation near the very top. So this means that we won't know necessarily if gene is abstract or concrete. So to fix this, we had to have a lot of philosophical discussions. And I don't know that we've fixed it completely, but it's still in our radar. And something that's maybe a lot more effective in a bad way, that like afflicts a lot more items, is the item organization. So we have this subclass relationship that an organization is a subclass of like a group of humans. And this is true for some organizations. Some organizations are made up of humans, but for some, that's not really the case. Like when we look at the United Nations, it doesn't have people as its members. It has countries as its members. Maybe indirectly, you could argue that it's a group of humans, but there's a really weird modeling decision made there. So we wanted to fix this, but when we did the fix, some people objected to it for their own reasons, because they were using it for something else or stuff like that. So what needs to happen is that the community has to have a discussion around this and to move forward with that. And yeah, finding individual problems. Yeah, I just basically listed the things that we wrote here, which is like sometimes it's a local issue, sometimes it's a more general thing, and sometimes it's much more of a systemic thing, and I'll get to that further. So things like this is like, it makes Wikidata more into a semantic thing where you see a statement and you say, oh, this makes sense. But then when you move it to a logical front, it may not necessarily make that much sense. And yeah, for fixing some individual problems, it's not always clear what the best fix is. You may need to contact someone who knows a lot about the Wikidata ontology and how to find such a person. Of course, you can write in the Telegram groups or in the Wikidata like community chat and stuff like that. But this sometimes makes it so that you have to have a whole conversation with someone before doing the fix. Or sometimes someone may know a lot about the Wikidata ontology, but they wouldn't necessarily know about the domain that they're working on. There are very specific domains with their own classification rules, and Wikidata will try to reflect that. And that's also difficult. And also there can be resistance, like because some people or tools might depend on the incorrect modeling, or maybe a different modeling, not necessarily incorrect. There may be different approaches, or the modeling may be oversimplified. It may be telling the truth, but in a way that's not really that good. And the fix that you do may also not be perfect. It's like improving when you're doing the fixes, but it's not getting to a perfect point. And yeah, what we do in order to systematically find the problems, it's so the first thing that happens, and it sometimes happens even just naturally without looking to do this, you get curious and you start exploring. You click on the random item, or you find something you're interested in and jump through links and everything. And then you see an issue, and then, or like something interesting that you would want to work on. And then you're like, oh, why would this happen? You try to analyze the situation. And then you go onto the Wikidata query service or something similar, and then you run some queries. And sometimes it is the case that the Wikidata query service times out if the query is too complicated. So what we have done in the past is like write a Python program that sends many queries iteratively and then gets the results. And then you can explore some of the other tools such as quick statements or OpenRefine that are useful. And then you try to document and report what's going on to share the results you found with the community so that you can work on a fix together. And the fixing effort would be like you categorize the problems, you find the solutions that would make sense. Maybe you fix the modeling, or you try to do something in a batch edit. You can use OpenRefine or quick statements, as I said. And sometimes there are some exceptions that you would see. And for them, if they're not too numerous, you can just manually handle them. It's okay to do that. Sometimes we have this mindset of, oh, I must automate everything. But if the manually handleable ones are not too much, then yeah. So what we have done, according to what I've explained here, is we've done a systematic effort to find disjointness violations. So that's when a class or when an instance or a class is subclass or instance of two different things that should not have anything in common. That's a violation if it's technically does on Wikidata. So we made a list of them and we are still working on fixing them. And yeah, as I said about like high effect or low effect edits, one of the updates we did, I think it was on Gene, fixed about 3/4 of the issues. So sometimes you have to prioritize what is the biggest issue that you're dealing with. We systematically ran queries to find class order problems. So that's like if something is an instance of something, and then that is an instance of a class, and then that, etc. So class order is a complicated thing. I won't get too much into it, but it's also an ontology issue. What we've done community-wise is that we've set up the ontology cleaning task force, and then within that task force, we're having weekly meetings on Tuesdays. So I would invite anyone to join that too. There will be a QR code at the end of this slide in case you want to join. And then we ran the Wikidata ontology course, which was a really great effort, I think, because it resulted in a lot of people who had their own issues that they were working on Wikidata adopt an ontology-specific mindset around them. So we really enjoyed that. And yeah, what we want to do and are continuing to do is establishing communication with different people across different domains, because as I said, sometimes it's not a Wikidata structure issue, but a general issue. And then, yeah, something that we're doing and I'm doing right now is introducing Wikidata efforts in conferences. And yeah, when we want to make a list, perhaps we could have made a bigger list, but about what information and tools are available. There are the Wikidata usage instructions, which we're also working to improve. There's a classification script that TomTom wrote that I still run. I think you do it like doing the JavaScript thing on your profile. Most of you probably know about that. That detects disjointness violations whenever they appear. And we have kind of a love-hate relationship with constraints because they're really useful in some ways, but sometimes they don't go far enough in exploring what needs to be explored. So we haven't really found any ontology constraints that are really specific, but in case anyone knows about them, please let us know. And about what can be done in the future is to have more people working on this types of issues, building better tools so that we show the situation within the ontology. And also something specific that I'll also get into within the discussions is to change the community culture to place more emphasis on better modeling, and also to place more emphasis on fixing problems instead of adding new stuff, which adding new stuff is great. I hope we all keep doing it, but also fixing the stuff that's already on Wikidata is a very worthwhile effort. And yeah, we're trying to publicize Wikidata-related efforts in non-Wikimedia spaces because Wikidata kind of has a bad reputation in some places of not being reliable, not being useful. But when people get to know it a bit better, they may change their minds, or they may try working on it to fix what's currently here, because I believe that it's a lot more useful than many people give it credit for. So yeah, we want you to help us with expanding more efforts to revive the Wiki project ontology, which we have done some efforts in, to join the ontology cleaning task force, to agitate for better ontology tools, discuss if your current or potential efforts would benefit from an ontology perspective. And I think that the answer is most likely yes. So whether you're working on people or books or movies or music or whatever, if you haven't adopted an ontology-based perspective yet, I think that you should definitely explore it because there are a lot of opportunities there. And something that I want to talk about more immediately is that we're trying to set up a Myriology task force. So you will have seen on Wikidata that statements have like part of statements or has part statements. These are not great right now because when you look at them, as I said before, they make semantic sense. So when you see like, oh, book has cover, pages, back cover. Okay, this makes sense to us. That's a physical part to the relationship. But also when you look at a movie, it has parts, intro, outro, something. I'm just making these up. These aren't like actual statements, but I'm giving them to give my point. That's not a physical relationship. That's more of like a conceptual relationship. Or maybe Wikimedia has parts, Wikidata, Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, etc. That's not a physical relationship at all. That's more of an organizational thing. And what we want to do is to set up a task force to tackle these problems systemically and then document like what's the has parts relationship currently means, how we can disambiguate these sorts of differences so that it doesn't only make sense like semantically, but it also has like a logical, firm meaning. So I will also invite all of you to join that. In case anyone is interested in this, please reach out to me later on. So we're getting to the discussion part, I think. Some of the questions that I'll ask openly and then we'll ponder about them later is that what's the most important issues to fix? What can be done to fix them? What can be done to reduce future issues so that when we're going forward, we don't create as much issues so it becomes an unhandleable situation? And specifically, what will you do specifically? And how can we help you is also something that I'll ask. So thank you for listening. I don't know the time yet, but I'll stop sharing right now. we have some questions that we can raise, but in case anyone had anything that they want to share, I invite you to do that, and we'll spend the rest of our time with the discussion. So yeah, Daniel and Tal, please take the stage.
Daniel, if you're muted, we don't hear you.
No. I just wanted to wait until the well-deserved round of applause will stop. So, well, thank you very much. It was a very, very super interesting presentation, and I, in the meantime, already signed up for the task force. I wanted to bring up two ideas. I will also say that I can participate in them, which goes in a slightly different direction, but I think they can really help in two different ways. So, you know, the ontology is not only about classes, it's also about relations. And I think that, well, we have a lot of problematic classes, and we also have a lot of problematic properties. And so one idea that I think came up in these presentations, also mine, but others, is, well, people would like to find public domain or open knowledge things. And I think that the way currently rights are described in the model are extremely simplistic. And for example, such a great tool as just we saw, the Paulina, could work a lot better with basically better describing what is allowed to be done with something or not. So I think that's an example where I think it would need better classes, but also better properties. And I would be very happy to participate in that. And the other issue is a bit more philosophical, but I think it's important. We had a very nice presentation earlier about lexemes. And I think that a better integration of lexemes would be great, because I think that a lot of the issues that you're bringing up about problematic classes are probably because of problematic linguistic misunderstandings. So people create similar classes that they don't really feel that it means the same. And I think that, or they have bizarre translations. If you're looking at the class definitions in different languages, which I often do, then things get really confusing. So I think that also thinking about how you name a class and how you describe it better, and therefore a little bit better integrating lexemes and linguistic information would be also super interesting.
Yeah, I definitely agree that sometimes there are issues of like classes being misnamed, or sometimes, yeah, even linguistic issues, because different words that should correspond to the same concept may not practically be that. Something I like as an alternative, let's say, is to have like external links and some maybe logical definitions of what everything is, so that like when we say subclass, it means the same thing for everyone, hopefully. But yeah, with some classes, we definitely do have these sorts of issues. But sometimes we also have issues that are not linguistic specific. So we just have like something that happens somewhere that results in a logical contradiction. That's when you query for it is easy to see, but you wouldn't see when you log on to the page. Because I think with Wikidata, when you log on to a page and like you look at it from top to bottom, most information there will seem correct most of the time. But when you do a sort of logical inferencing with steps and everything, then that may become a problem. But yes, so thank you for bringing that up. And if anyone wants to chime in about this subject, please raise your hands and we can continue like that. Yeah, so Stefan, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So thanks for your great presentation as well. Actually, I just want to say that your talk made me realize something, that I've been approaching Wikidata from what I thought was the obvious angle, but apparently it's not that common. So I've treating Wikidata as an ontology that's perfect for automated reasoning and inference rules. And this is exactly what my tool does. And I'm new to the community, but I got a rapid fund for this. I just want to express that all the other talks prior to your talk made me open my eyes to all the different ways people use Wikidata. So I was completely focused on this logical consistency aspect of Wikidata. And well, I just want to say I'm grateful that Wikimedia Rapid Grant, so Wikimedia is supporting my work, and it's very interesting to hear all the different perspectives on Wikidata. I thought the ontology aspect is really the only one, but I learned that it's far from true. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for saying these, because I agree that when you focus more on ontology, which some of us do, yes, it's also really nice to see that when you look at a domain specifically, then that actually reflects on your thoughts about ontology as well, because maybe you see something about modeling that you hadn't considered before. Maybe you see something that you thought was very simple, but it's actually more complicated. I'm actually experiencing something similar now, because I'm like working a bit on books and like library type things, which is like it also affected my thoughts on modeling and ontology. So I think my presentation was mostly about getting people who are not involved in ontology to get into ontology, but it could also work the opposite way of, like, if you're only interested in ontology or primarily interested in that, maybe you should start exploring and look at some other domains as well. So thank you so much for bringing that up.
Thank you.
So if anyone wants to raise some points about this or something else, please take the stage. Yeah, Lydia.
Yeah, thank you for your excellent presentation. I have two things. One is maybe not everyone has seen this yet, but just recently Markus Krotsch published a new thing for that might be helpful for finding issues in the ontology. So people interested in ontology questions should definitely have a look at this. It's called Nemo. And the second thing, you had a list of things that people should do, or what can we do? And I think one thing that is missing on this list is more reuse, because the more the data is used in specific contexts and so on, the more there's a pressure to properly keep it stable and model it consistently and so on. So encouraging more people to build with specific parts of the data in Wikidata can definitely also be a helpful force.
Sorry. Okay, can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So when I clicked on unmute, it didn't register, so I re-clicked and then it's muted again. And yeah, so I definitely agree that reusing Wikidata and making it more like practically used is a great way of maybe shining light on these issues and fixing them and improving Wikidata. But in that, I believe it's kind of a two-way street, in that many people who would want to reuse Wikidata are staying far from it, because like they know that the current information may be problematic, but the current information is not as problematic as they think most of the time. Like when we look at Wikidata as a whole, of course, there are many problems, but some domains, some specific things are modeled really well. Like, for example, I would trust like birth dates of humans and death dates and whatever on Wikidata, like really a lot. So if I was building something about like, oh, who was born when and who died when, like a timeline, I would use Wikidata, no questions, because even if it has some errors, it's not really a deal breaker. So yes, I believe that some of the publicization work is about encouraging reuse. So thank you for bringing that up.
And maybe that is a two-way street, as you were saying, right? And I think Gov Directory is one great example where they built a tool and are now encouraging people to clean up data that they care about for their country or whatever it is, right? And model it in a very specific way so it can be picked up by the tool. And I realize that this is not a thing that can happen for every part of Wikidata, but I think that's a really, really great example.
Yeah, thanks. And if anyone wants to bring anything up right now, feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself and speak.
Anyone, any last points for the ontology discussion?
If not, maybe I can ask like a really specific question that's going to keep us busy for some more minutes.
Sure.
Can I? Or yeah. Which is like kind of an elephant in the room situation for all things technological at this point, I think. How would we use AI in this, and should we, and what do we need to do about it is one of my questions. So one thing I have in mind is that when we look at the disjointness violations, for example, that I have like a CSV file of like 10,000 items or something. So before maybe AI itself, we could use some machine learning on them to put them into categories and move on from that. That's definitely something that I'm planning to do in the future. But also, would it be a meaningful task to list some issues and then ask an AI program that's maybe specifically designed for this to categorize them and to propose new solutions and everything? So what I think would be that the last touch should always be human. Like AI could give us suggestions, but when we're committing all those changes, the last step should always be done by a human, or maybe not always, but most of the time. So that's something I have in mind. So I think Stefan raised his hand first, and then we can go on to Daniel.
So thank you. Well, to address this question, I think it's very important to distinguish between the modern AI, like LLMs, and the classical AI where you examine ontology. So you can do a lot of stuff without LLMs, because you can, Wikidata is formalized knowledge. So there are a lot of reasoning which you can do. I don't know if you remember, there was an old project in the US named Psych, which was funded by Microsoft. And this shows, I think it's even online even now, so it's open Psych. You can do a lot of stuff with classical inference mechanisms, and you have to distinguish with LLMs. You can do other things with LLMs. Of course, you can also do useful things with LLMs, but I think Wikidata is very obvious to first try to use classical inference mechanisms on this, which is what I'm doing. But yeah, I just want to draw your attention to this important difference between two completely different mechanisms to do automated reasoning on Wikidata. This is all I want to say at this point. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Stefan just said one of the things I would have said, that I think that once you use these more classical forms of AI, first of all, I think if you use those tools, some of these problems will come out that we are addressing here. The other thing I wanted to say is that well, so the way I work is that I try to build Wikibase instances that more or less reuse the Wikidata ontology, but when they don't work very well, then I just define something else. I think this could go actually hand in hand. So before you make changes in the Wikidata model, have a big Wikibase instance, try it out, try reasoning, try querying, and see how it works. And when I'm doing this, I usually use LLMs just for consistency checking, or sometimes what I do is that I try to translate to a different ontology what I described here. So I work mainly with cultural domain, and I try to express it in CDOC. Of course, it's a very different ontology, but I think that using all kinds of AI has a very important place in nowadays work, you know, kind of software engineering, and this is also a sort of software engineering. And I agree with you that the final word should be with humans, but I think both the traditional forms of AI and LLMs can be incredibly helpful to spot things that you wouldn't really see in the first place. So yeah, I think we should, absolutely.
Yes, Vivian.
Yeah, hi, I hope you can hear me. I just wanted to say thank you, first of all, for the presentation. And maybe it's just adding to what Daniel just said. Because in my master's thesis, I created a Wikibase and an ontology for theater plays because I didn't find it in Wikidata, because I was kind of scared to do it in Wikidata itself. And then I had the question, like, how do you weigh up which changes of ontology make sense and which don't? Because I have the feeling the more you abstract or generalize ontology, you kind of further away from it, from the ontology itself. And I was asking myself, do you consider it case by case or on a case basis, or do you have like some rules, or how do you find the right balance? And when you asked the question about AI, I thought maybe AI could find similarities between problems and between asking the questions when to change an ontology and when not to. And I'm kind of having a hard time to find out for myself when it makes sense to change the ontology or when to say, okay, I don't change it, we just have to do it differently, but stay with the ontology I made. I hope it was clear what I was trying to say.
Yes, definitely. Like, we also have that problem of like, oh, so we're trying to represent some nuance here, and is the current system good enough to represent it? Or maybe should we forego some of the nuance, or should we like go to the system and somehow change it in order to fit what we want? And on Wikidata, one of the things that you have to do that is to maybe propose a new property that's like not in the current ones, and that's a whole process that's I find really difficult, but maybe it makes sense for it to be difficult so that it's not like we're overcrowded with properties. So yeah, I believe some of the decision making on that, like, it's of course a community decision whether to go forward with making it more complicated or to keep the current thing. But to explore what the possibilities are and what the literature says about these things is something definitely that an LLM could tackle, and maybe even better so in the future than currently.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions in the audience? Jorge, please go ahead.
Yes, this is just a question because you raised the question about that creating properties is a quite difficult process, but it's also true that, but I think, if I understanding well, that creating classes or subclasses of some classes, it's quite easy. So we have, because it's just put, marking an item as a subclass of another one. So this kind of design of Wikidata has some consequences. Am I understanding right? What do you think about that?
So you are definitely right that the subclass relationships are one of the most central thing in the Wikidata tree. Like on the very top is entity or thing. So that includes everything. And then you go to like different axes of differentiation. Like there are the concrete objects, there are the abstract things and stuff like that. And one of the important things in building that tree is that subclass relationships are transitive. So if like A is subclass of B and B is subclass of C, then you also have the link from A to C, which may not be on Wikidata directly, but you infer it. And one of the most important aspects of our work with ontology is based on that, but it's not only limited to that. So did I understand your question correctly?
Yes. Because I was just wondering about the impact of this. That this is very easy to put one item in that tree, but it's very difficult to create properties, and this has some. I think it has some impact in the way that describing knowledge. That you can describe knowledge in Wikidata. So people may be more, may think it's easier to go that way of describing better things through adding them to subclasses or of other things, that making the effort of creating new properties.
I definitely agree. Like maybe classes, or at least some high-level classes, are as important as properties, but for them you don't need like a community process, so it's much easier to do that. And something that I've seen many times is that whenever something doesn't have a property, but the people don't want to go through that effort, they just use has characteristic and then put whatever they want. So that's definitely a Wikidata specific thing, I think. And yeah, I agree that like the process of creating classes being this easy and for properties this difficult is definitely having a real effect on how Wikidata is. And I'm not saying that the effect is negative or positive per se, but it does shape what Wikidata is.
All right. Thank you all. I'm going to close this discussion now because it's the end of the business side of things for today. And I'm going to throw it over to Lydia in a second for games. You're all more than welcome to stay here and game with her. This will be the last you hear from me personally, but Danny will be hosting tomorrow and Al and I will still be here supporting. Thank you all for your questions. Thank you all for your presentations. And thank you for just being awesome people generally. Lydia, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, to round up the day, we will play a few games with everyone who is gonna stay around. Looking forward to it. And Danny, recording is done? Yes. Cool. Yay. So let me share my screen. So we have so my browser gives me a quote